dangerous storms out there. There's 3 of them that are really, really strong that continue to move off to the east. So again, that tornado warning, we're going to let that go. At least I dropped it from the screen. West side of Athens, let's go back there. Actually, I want to update you quickly here in Elkmont for those in Ardmore. We don't have any tornado debris signature, and I think what's happening, this big storm in Athens is taking a lot of that energy from that storm, but it's not to say we won't have a smaller tornado fire up here right over Elkmont. So Elkmont, you need to be staying in your shelter, and on the south side of Ardmore, I'd stay in your shelter as well with that particular storm as it continues to move to the east. Now let's get back down here to Athens. Right now, this is on the west side of Athens, continuing to move to the east. The rotation doesn't look as pronounced or as tight as it did earlier, but as we were mentioning, it may have cycled through. We have had damage from this storm with a tornado about 15 minutes ago, and we'll continue to watch the back edge. It's this area right along Highway 72. So get into the city of Athens now, and it's just north of Reed. And we'll get down here into the street level here. So we got Highway 72 and Evans Road and Ham Road. And the latest update here, the wind's really picking up here from Moyers Road to Carter Road as we see the increased wind into the back of the storm. Again, this wind is coming in here and it's feeding that rotation. And this is where the tornado is, somewhere between Ripley Road and Highway 72 within this storm. Again, it may be cycling through. We're going to get a lot of eyes on this too. So if there is a tornado on the ground there, we're going to know it. Just a quick update.
I'm going to get our Athens camera up, Brad.
Okay.
And also we do have confirmed damage, reports of damage in Brigadoon. That's where we were talking about, just across the river right there. So we do have a history of damage with this storm.
Yeah, the challenge is there's so many of these overlaying icons. I can't get that tornado warning to click off the screen for me. So here, I'll just go. We got to go out here where there's no warning. That's the challenge we're having here with the warnings popping up. That and other things, right? So Rogersville, while we're out here, let me quickly update you. That storm, we'll take a look at the velocity with it. Also, I'm going to switch over to the next rad out of Columbus Air Force Base. It may have just a little bit of a different vantage point, but this storm's likely getting stronger. Let's take a look at the lightning here. Yeah, lightning's picking up there. This is moving east-northeast towards Anderson, so just heads up, Anderson, you're under the tornado warning from the previous storm, but it's moved on. But this storm here, same thing we had about an hour ago, right? Just northwest of Rogersville. Rogersville, right now just heavy rain. If that does produce a tornado, it's going to take a little bit longer to do it, and it's going to be north of you. We will watch that storm that's developing on the northwest side of Florence, though. But for the most part, you can clearly see where the dangerous weather is by all the lightning strikes, and of course all the red, right? So as we continue on, let's take a look in here at northern Jackson County. This storm's looking worse. Boy, they're just flaring up everywhere. So this storm is pretty much right over the radar at high top. This is moving towards Bridgeport and more likely up South Pittsburgh, right across the state line near Kimball. The big interchange there on I-24 as you go to Chattanooga and see Ruby Falls, right? So let me take a look at the velocity here. And just move right over the radar. So yeah, it's tough. It's a tough call right in here. But we'll watch the back edge of this storm and continue to monitor that. I want to back out, take a little closer look at some of these other thunderstorms. Fayetteville storm still dangerous, at least south of Fayetteville. Fayetteville, I think you're going to be okay. Fayetteville proper, I would say like a 5-mile radius of downtown Fayetteville. You've had one storm with a possible tornado north of you and this other one now south of you. But if you know someone on 231, they just need to stop going north from the state line and watch the storm here to the southwest too, because these are dangerous storms with a history of damage. Now, at least we do know the Brigadoon area, subdivision, I believe it's a subdivision there, near Lucy's Branch, and that's west of Athens. They've had a tornado, and we've had it confirmed on radar as well. That signature's tightening up here And the one over here might be as well. Let's take a closer look here. Let's get just south of Ardmore. That storm just cycles through every now and then. It's right along the interstate, about where the speed limit goes to 65, or where it goes from 65 to 75, at that little spot there, just north of the old, well, I guess the rest stop is still there. Let's see what that looks like actually on radar. So, yeah, I mean, it's not co-located with the rain, but it doesn't necessarily have to, I think, on a day like today, since we've already had some reports of tornadoes in that situation. So this storm continues to kind of cycle through. It's going to be, there's very heavy rain. There's a lot of lightning here on the south side of Ardmore. Boy, look at that lightning. This is the other thing. There's a big lightning jump with this storm here. And I don't know if there's a tornado warning on this storm. I don't think there is. I think there was, and it just dropped. So again, the tornado warning just expired for this storm here, northeast of Elkmont, but it's still possible we could get a tornado with it. That rotation is just now crossing the interstate. This is probably going to be mile marker 2 or so. It's moving towards, it's just south of 7th Street on the south side of Ardmore, and Upper Elkton Road, Bethel Road. I know about Bethel Road quite a bit. Again, some of you take this shortcut to get to the interstate. But again, you get on the south side of Ardmore, I would be seeking shelter. There's no tornado warning, but this storm looks like many others that we've had that eventually got tornado warnings. And the tornado warning was just dropped for this storm right on Clem Road, moving towards Oak Grove Road. Watching that area very, very closely here.
And Brad, they just put a tornado warning on that downstream into Madison County.
So what they probably did is that previous one expired and they were in the process of typing out a new warning. So again, this tornado warning up here, south side of Ardmore, I would seek shelter in Ardmore, up here towards Highway 53 as you get north, kind of just north of Tony. You get north of the area near Old Railroad Bed Road there, Old Railroad Bed Road and Highway 53. Again, there's a veterinarian there. You get north of there, it's very heavy rain, and eventually you're going to run into this area that's starting to rotate a little bit more. Some areas are just completely void of this, even though you're under tornado warnings. Harvest, the rain's picking up there, especially on Old Railroad Bed Road as you go south into the city of Madison. The tornado warning pretty much drops off there right on the county line. But again, if you have, well, your weather radio is going off regardless in Madison County, if you have Madison County in your weather radio. So it's going off quite a bit. In fact, those radios we programmed today in Hazel getting quite the workout this evening. And the night's far from over, but this severe threat here should start to wind down before midnight, and then around 1, 2, 3 in the morning, another threat's coming in. So as we get into Athens right now, I bet we could try to see some power flashes on our camera in Athens here with this storm.
Right, so our camera actually just went out.
Oh, okay. Well, power probably went out somewhere in Athens that was feeding that camera. But again, this is going to be the worst of this storm is about to cross Highway 31 and eventually I-65. It's going to be along Lindsay Lane Baptist Church, and then you get the Publix over here on the east side. It's probably going to stay just south of those areas, but it's going to be close as it goes through. You've got like the Burger King and the Blue Dolphin pools here on the south side and the Mexican restaurant. Those are right in the path of this storm as it moves through. And again, we've got the Red Roof Inn out here, and as we move in closer, Cracker Barrel, right in the path. Our camera is right in the path of this storm, and perhaps that's why it's gone out. That or it's lightning strike too. I don't want to tell everyone there's actually, and we're not seeing the, yeah, look at all that lightning. I got to move out for that. So this storm has been cycling. It may be cycling now, but again, if you're on I-65 and you're approaching the city of Athens, you just need to pull over. You just get on the side of the road. You're probably seeing this illuminated as well. And what we're, yeah, Chelsea's mic was on. Anyway, northeast of Tanner. This is just by the Buc-ee's. So let's go ahead and go back to full screen here, and I'm going to kind of show some, point some land features out here. Just continuous lightning here with this storm. The tornado warning continues here until 9 o'clock, and right now it is 10 before 9. They'll extend this, and this will include Harvest, Monrovia, and Capshaw. Again, heads up, Harvest, Monrovia, Capshaw, you're going to be getting a tornado warning because this storm is not going to stop. I'll tell you that right now. So again, we'll continue to watch that. Over time, this is going to continue to move in that direction. Let me turn this lightning off. And again, this is going to be right on I-65 here. And you get, I think Huntsville Browns Ferry Road is right in here somewhere. You got Tanner Crossroads, Lindsay Lane. This is Buc-ee's is right in this area here. So there's probably people pulled over at Buc-ee's looking north into all this lightning. So we'll be able to get any confirmation. And what you see is confirmation would be power flashes. You'd see that turquoise color from transformers, power flashes there. And we're probably going to see more of this as this moves in. So this is wrapping around a little bit more as it's crossing I-65. So again, possible tornado on I-65 right now just to the south of Highway 72, between there and I believe it's exit 347 there where Buc-ee's is. If you're coming in north on I-65, you need to stop. You get about 5 miles north of Athens. I believe that's going to be Highway 31 exit or Elkton Road, maybe up that way. Stop there. And then if you're coming in north, you want to stop there at the Buc-ee's. Again, this storm's going to take probably 10 minutes to cross. I mean, it's moving very, very slowly, and this is unusual for our area. And as we continue on,
and Brad, we just got 2 new tornado warnings. This one's going to be for DeKalb, Jackson County.
Okay. I'm going to do one storm track here for this storm moving into, again, this is moving into a heavily populated area. Just a quick update as this part of the tornado is continuing to move almost to the east at about, I'm going to have to zoom out just a little bit more here just because we get in too tight. This is a classic supercell, lots of lightning here. And the tornado again on I-65, I'm going to track it just a little bit east and maybe southeast some. It's moving at about, are they keeping this speed? I'm going to get all the way across the screen here. So let's put that at about 20 miles an hour. Actually, there we go. Man, I gotta zoom out. I apologize. I gotta zoom out even more here. There's our tornado warning. Just came out for Madison, City of Huntsville, Harvest, Monrovia, Madison, north side of Madison, out by the hospital. That's where this is going to be going through. Again, your WIA alert on your phone just went off as well. So we've got this tornado here moving east on this path. It's moving at about 26, 27 miles an hour. Again, this is going to be close to the Magnolia Springs subdivision around 909. Cliff Farm, 911. And again, that's very close to Madison Hospital around 910, 911. The worst of this is it's going to pass just south here of Magnolia Springs, probably on Capshaw Road. There between Cliff Farm and Capshaw Road. Again, all that development out there as you go up Balch Road here. They're building that new turn lanes there on Balch Road, that construction that gets you tied up sometimes. That's where this is likely headed. It's going to cross Highway 72 out by the auto. We've got the Reseda Nursery out there too. It's going to cross close to that. Robin Rents out that way. Again, approaching Cliff Farm, Magnolia Springs. Going to be close call there for you in Magnolia Springs. There's a lot of lightning. You may lose power. Again, this is when you need to be charging your cell phone in case you lose power. You may lose Wi-Fi as well. As far as Madison goes, this is going to be the northern side of Madison. I would say close to the Liberty Middle School area. And we'll continue to watch that for you. Let's go to Chelsea with the update on the new tornado warnings that have just been issued farther east.
Yeah, Brad, we are tracking a tornado warning. This is just going to be east of High Top, so right near our High Top radar, meaning that we are getting a good reading on this. This is going to be nearing Bass, heads up Summer Bluff, down the road in portions of Jackson County, also southern middle Tennessee there. We will continue to track this as it tracks east northeast throughout the next 15 to 30 minutes. So County Road 58, County Road 157, County Road 148. This is where some of the worst rotation is happening at the moment, and it will continue to track towards Payne Hollow Road, portions of Cooper's Mill, County Road 209, also Summer Bluff, as we head throughout again the next 15 to 30 minutes. Make sure you are getting in your safe place immediately. We're also tracking more rotation, another tornado warning. This is going to be just south of that tornado warning I just showed you near Hollywood. Worst of the rotation is right over Hollywood right now. Heads up Martintown, get in your safe place right now. It will be just hugging and skirting right along Highway 72 as it continues to track northeast as well. I think the rotation just gonna miss you. Pisgah, still getting your safe place. You could be dealing with some hail, some larger hail there. Also some damaging wind gusts as well. But again, Pisgah, you are including in this warning, but the worst of the rotation should stay north of you. Areas like Martintown, get in your safe place. Yucca down the road, Sulphur Springs, Schrader, also York's Mill. Make sure you are getting in your safe place immediately. Again, these are two new tornado warnings that just popped up in Jackson County, also there in Franklin County, again, southern middle Tennessee. The rotation we are tracking, it is broadening out a bit there in northern Jackson County, but it still is keeping its strength as we head just south towards Hollywood, Brad. I'm not seeing any debris signature on this, but again, these tornado warnings and these tornadic cells that we've been tracking, they wrap up very quickly and they can become quite strong very quickly as well, Brad.
Okay, we've got multiple trees down County Road 354. That's over in Rosel from earlier. Also pea-size hail in Hollywood. They have confirmed tornado for Lincoln County with the tornado debris signature there. Golf ball size hail reported at Canebrake now. That's over in Athens. So that's the other side of this. Chelsea, the hail is getting larger with the storm over Capshaw, and that again, that passed through Canebrake, that golf ball size hail. So that's going to do some damage. Reports of the tornado on the ground now east of Elkmont from the fire department. That came in at 8:49, so that's about 10 minutes ago. Dime size hail reported in in southern Lincoln County, it looks like. Getting Cartersville into DeKalb County, looks like probably quarter-size hail with that storm. So not only are we seeing more tornadoes and more increase in the severe weather, we're getting larger and larger hail. We're getting golf ball, probably larger size hail here. So let's get back into this storm. Again, confirmed, let's go back up here into Tennessee, east of Bellevue. So if you're in Bellevue, southern middle Tennessee, you can get out of your shelter. Same thing in Fayetteville. This storm's going to be very close to Kelso, Tennessee. We got Elora. It's moving towards Flintville. You need to be seeking shelter up here in Flintville. We've got confirmed tornado. That's a definite tornado here. This is east of Highway 231. This is approaching, again, we may have programmed your weather radio up here. We had a lot of people from Lincoln County. Flintville, seek shelter immediately. You need to get as many walls between you and this storm as it comes in as possible. It continues to have a tornado on the ground. It's been a fairly long track tornado from what it looks like as we continue to monitor that storm to the north. As we come down here farther to the south, okay, whenever you can share those with us. Again, two tornado photos like to share. Ardmore, just south of there, that circulation is not as strong. And even over here towards Capshaw, the circulation, again, this may be reorganizing here, here as you get west of Capshaw. So I'm going to turn the radar back on here, and we're going to take a look at the reflectivity. And it's now just, again, it's just a little bit north of Highway 72, but this is where Highway 72 drops a bit southeast as you go past the car dealerships out there, and you got the paintball area if they're still doing paintball out there. But again, that is east of Lindsay Lane now. Again, this is exactly, you go up a French's Mill out here. You got that stone, that big area that's got all this stone. This is a picture from the Elk River. This is going to be earlier. Wow. Joel Crick took this picture. Again, this is the Elk River at the Tennessee River. This is going to be close to Lucy's Branch. We got one coming up from Lucy's Branch. There's another picture. So again, that is the tornado that's kind of been forming and kind of fading a little bit with the storm that's now moving into the Harvest, Monrovia area. I say Monrovia. Monrovia is just a little bit farther north on some of this. We'll continue to watch that. Again, Magnolia Springs Subdivision, got you right here. Capshaw Road. This is moving right up Capshaw Road. So we've got the post office here north, and then we've got, again, Cliff Farm down here to the south. It's going to be north of Cliff Farm. It's going to be a real close call up there as it gets real close to the southern parts of the subdivision there in Magnolia Springs. As we continue down the road here, we've got Mooresville Road and Pepper Road. You guys have a history, this whole area has a history of tornadoes and this track, so you should know what to do right now. You get into that hallway, you get into that tight closet, and you just saw the tornado that's been touching down. It looked like a fairly large tornado. So again, this is going to do damage if it touches down. It's just east of Lindsay Lane now, and will continue to move almost due east. If you live in the city of Madison, at least south of Highway 72, I think you're going to be okay. I think this is going to stay to the north. I want to talk about hail here real briefly here, and I'll get more street level in here. Let's do this hail swath here, and what we're seeing is a distinct pattern of this golf ball size hail, and I do think this is going to move into Magnolia Springs and other areas here in and around Endeavor Elementary down Nick Davis Road. So again, you get golf ball size hail, and you're going to need a new roof. And again, I would tell you, your personal property is not the big problem right now. It's protecting yourself, protecting your family from this storm as it's moving in and it's hunkering down. And again, this is a dangerous storm. We've got so much lightning with this too. The lightning is well out ahead of some of the rotation we're seeing here. Again, the actual hail right now is moving into Capshaw. This is going to make a lot of noise. So some of you are going to get nervous out there as this moves in. You've got a tornado warning, and all of a sudden you're hearing a lot of noise, and you may be smelling pine. And what's going to happen if this hail gets large enough, it's going to start shredding those pine trees and knocking those pine needles off. And we see that when the hail gets just above golf ball size hail. And again, it's very concerning. You hear all that hail, and again, it's going to last longer than it normally does because the storm's only moving at 25 miles per hour. So one last look here, and then we're going to have to I'll get street level here with this storm. I'll turn off the lightning once again because, again, it gets in the way of a lot of the critical data. So what we have as we move in, again, there's still that other storm, not as organized north here, south of Ardmore. That one's having trouble just staying organized because of this big storm to the south. So as we continue on down here, we're going to get just to the west of County Line Road where that goes into Old Railroad Bed Road. And we come down here, and this is going to be really close here. I think that's Holiday Drive in here. And we just saw this get brighter. So that would indicate maybe debris being picked up by the reflectivity. So quick velocity check here. Yeah, we've got a real tight signature here right out Capshaw Road. Again, let's get in street level here. And again, just because the tight signature's here doesn't mean the tornado may not be somewhere else. So you get up here along Capshaw Road. This is going to be out by the old Doppler radar tower as well. Similar track. You get Burr Green Road as you get north of Madison. Again, if you're in the city of Madison, the worst part is going to be right along Highway 72, University Drive, from Cliff Farm up to, you get Sam Thomas Road and Capshaw Road. It really looks like it's trying to move right down Capshaw Road. We've got, again, the circulation matches up here, but then we've got a possible debris signature south of there, or debris ball, we call it. So, and this is not going to give us much information. Again, I think the storm has been cycling through, so I don't think the tornado's been on the ground for, say, the last 30 minutes. I think it's been cycling through, and we've seen that with a lot of the other tornadoes today. Again, Chelsea, break in if you've got anything else you need me to be aware of. So very large hail likely falling as you get from Capshaw up Old Railroad Bed Road, and that's continuing on as you get to Pettis Road. We got Seven Oaks Subdivision out in here. You got Legacy Elementary. You got Nance Road. This is becoming more dangerous, I think, on Highway 72. As we continue on, you need to be off of Highway 72 over here and stay south of Highway 72 in the city of Madison. It's going to be going down. Eventually, this is going to be affecting areas near Providence and north of Mid-City. You got any more reports over there? Let me go ahead and I'm going to check some of these reports over here real quick. Got a funnel cloud near Mud Creek on Highway 72. That from Jackson County EMA. Radar confirmed tornado continues for Lincoln County, Tennessee, and continues to intensify there. We've got nickel to quarter-size hail at Yarborough and Old Railroad Bed Road. So that's confirming continuation of the large hail. Again, Yarborough Road, you guys have your history as well, but this is more hail on the northern side of this. So you're likely getting pounded with hail in Magnolia Springs Subdivision. You go east there towards Legacy Elementary. And then we've got the Publix out there right off of, I believe that's going to be Pettis Road, continuing on. So the tornadic part of this storm, very close, but I think it's going to stay just south, right along Capshaw Road between there and Highway 72, maybe jog just a little bit farther to the south of there. It's currently impacting areas from Nick Davis to the south. Let's take a look at the velocity one more time here. Again, it's falling apart just a little bit, but we don't want to get too much comfort in one scan that shows that it's falling apart a bit, but that is something good to see. Cliff Farm, very heavy rain, probably large hail there as well. And you can just see the wind kind of picking up in the Cliff Farm area too. As you go back to radar, again, Cliff Farm, you are in the imminent danger here for possible tornado. If you've got people out there, again, and this is a very busy place, and we're probably in the latter half of the dinner hour here. But again, Cliff Farm, we're now, the hospital is going to be right here. Again, this is Balch Road and just west of Cliff Farm. That's the area of Madison Hospital we're watching. And I Love Sushi's in that area as well. Again, a lot of restaurants. This is a heavily populated area. This is continuing to move pretty much due east and jog a little southeast occasionally. And I think that's where we're seeing the circulation going, and then it kind of fades away a little bit and then it comes back. Let's get an update on the lightning here. See that. Again, we've just got a tremendous amount of lightning, especially back here where the strong updraft is. Speaking of which, out here, Rogersville, Mount Rosel, another really active storm there. So I'm going to go away from the Madison, the Harvest Monrovia storm for just a moment. We'll continue to monitor scanner traffic and information from the National Weather Service, because we're going to start getting a lot more of that. And most of it's going to be hail and then potentially a tornado with this storm.
And Brad, we've been talking a lot about the Brigadoon community. We do have reports of homes destroyed on Inverness Place. So again, this storm has a history of doing damage. Please take this seriously. If you are under a tornado warning, please get in your safe place as soon as possible.
Okay, yeah, I hate to hear that. But again, that was that tornado that we showed you the picture of. Again, significant tornado. Again, we've got some homes destroyed there. Unfortunate. We've got another storm here near Mount Rosel. Again, you probably need to think about seeking shelter in mountain. Just looking at the storm without even looking at the velocity here, it may be coming together. But again, I would be, yeah, there's some rotation out here. Again, it starts off fairly weak, but these storms can change really quickly. And you get just south of Anderson, south of Mount Rosel, again in the Shiloh, the Shanghai area, I do say. I didn't say that one too much, but again, that's the area we're going to watch here. The lightning's really picking up. You're probably getting large hail and then a tremendous amount of lightning. Same area that was just hit, by the way, out there with the damage. There's another thunderstorm moving through the same area, mainly just heavy rain with this. The severe part of the storm is near Rogersville. Let's just reset this view. There's been a lot going on. The storm up in Lincoln County is probably the storm of the day, if not the one here now on the west side of Madison. But we continue with tornado warnings. This is just it just erupted here as we got past 7 o'clock. This storm here northeast of Hollywood, this one is throwing a lot of lightning out. This is going to be north of Rosalie, I believe, and Pisgah. Yeah, we got Pisgah and Rosalie here. So again, if you're in Rosalie and Pisgah, this tornadic part of the storm is going to stay to your north. I got to tell you, the Weather Service is doing a bang-up job too getting these warnings out today, because there's just a lot going on. That storm doesn't appear to be rotating as much. And as Chelsea mentioned earlier, this one's really close to the radar, so we're going to have a lot of confidence when it comes to looking at the rotation. This other storm over here north of Valley Head, that one continues to show a possible tornado. But again, this is pretty much in the same area that we had that one yesterday. We got video. Let me reset this view here. Just 1 second here, and we'll go over to Chelsea. She's got some video. All right, Chelsea, go ahead.
Yeah, Brad, like you mentioned, we were going to start getting reports coming in very quickly. That right there, that's a video from Jackson Rawlins of that tornado that we were tracking through the Athens area. Again, we've seen a lot of pictures and a lot of videos to really confirm the ground truth that we are seeing here on radar. Make sure if you are under a tornado warning at any point, you are seeking shelter, you are in your safe place. This looks like a pretty decent tornado. I wouldn't say this is a weak tornado by any means. It is very dark outside. You do not need to be going outside for any reason. And note, a lot of these storms that we are tracking are going to be rain wrapped, so you're not going to be able to see the storm even if you want to. Make sure if you get a tornado warning, you heed the advice, you seek shelter immediately. Get away from all doors and windows, and if you can, get a helmet, cover your head with something, because that's the most important part of your body that you want to protect in case of flying debris. Again, that right there was video from Jackson Rawlins in Athens. We will continue to give you more pictures and videos. If you have any, please send them our way, but please also do it in a safe manner. Back to you, Brad.
All right, thanks, Chelsea. Again, National Weather Service monitoring. We've got quarter-size hail in Monrovia now. That was at 9:06. So we continue with quarter-size hail. Storm in Madison County trying to form a new area rotation just south of the old one. So I think this storm is cycling. So if you live south of where we've been talking about, south of Highway 72, south of University Drive, you really need to be seeking shelter, because this storm is going to continue. It's going to spin up another tornado most likely in the next 5 to 10 minutes. We need to get that camera, U.S. Space and Rocket Center camera, pointed to the north, and then
I'm on it.
You got it. And then we're also going to want that Parkway camera to the north as well. And folks here at the station, this is going to be getting closer to our station here on 1414 North Memorial Parkway, so just want to give you a heads up as well. Storm in Lauderdale and Limestone County is currently severe warned, but it is showing signs of the rotation increasing. We were talking about that just a few minutes ago. Let me get a quick little glass of water here. Again, the biggest hailstorm is the one over Harvest and the northwest side of Huntsville, moving through, I would say, Providence. And that's going to be out Highway 53 near Research Park Boulevard, where we've got the gas stations out that way. Where you kind of go to the 2-lane north on 53. So this storm back here to the east of Anderson, this one's throwing more lightning bolts. So Elkmont, again, a heads up, I'm not telling you go to your shelter now, but I'm saying you may have to go to your shelter again. South of Mount Rosel, this is where we're going to have to watch this the rotation here. Let's take a quicker look at it. It's tightening up just a little bit, but right now, probably not enough for them to warn for a tornado for that storm. Going to get up here into Lincoln County, where we've had a long track tornado moving towards Huntland, Tennessee. If you're in Huntland, this is a storm that's probably produced a strong tornado, which would be considered EF2, maybe higher, and it's likely still on the ground with this storm continuing to move to the east, and that's exactly what we're seeing. So once again, Huntland, a dangerous storm with a tornado moving east. This is moving into Flintville right now. Kelso, you're close to this storm too. So Flintville, we're likely to, wow, look at that. That's our, is that Space and Rocket Center camera?
No, sir, that's going to be the Parkway camera.
Okay, let's go, let's go full screen with that as we watch this storm come in, and then I'll give people an update on the radar here in just a second. So we've got the storm, we need to be looking west. Chelsea, if you could arrange, I mean, when you get time, if you could push that out to the west, basically look right over Top Golf, that area there, man, out towards Mid-City. Again, I believe they canceled the concert at Orion this evening. It's a good thing, because this storm is going to be moving very close to Orion and Top Golf. So, yeah, what do we got there? Boy, we've got, that's a secondary storm, it looks like. Yeah, go farther back to the northwest. Oh, there you go. Yeah, there's Top Golf. Okay, let's keep it right there. Okay. Now I'm going to zoom in.
I think we have a lowering funnel right there.
Okay. Yeah, that's possible.
Yeah, right in front of the camera.
And that could be inflow into that storm too. Let me get the bearings here on the radar behind me real quick. Boy, that lightning is just tremendous. Okay, I'm going to check over here on, I'm going to look at that. So we've definitely got probably, yeah, I think I see what you may be looking at. But again, definitely a wall cloud there. So let me look at some other information on this. Once again, if you're along Highway 72 towards Mid-City and anywhere along University Drive, now you need to be seeking shelter for possible tornado with this storm. As far as the rotation, again, I think it's cycling through. There may not be an actual tornado on the ground, but boy, large hail will be falling here at the TV station in about 10 minutes. Okay. Again, I'm trying to kind of co-locate the image we're looking at with the velocity I'm looking at as well. And it's really right along Highway 72. Okay. Well, keep that up, and on the side, we'll get in here street level and give out some information. Let me know if you guys see anything that looks really ominous on that. Of course, we got a lot of lightning out there too that's going on. So let's turn the lightning off. Again, this is past the Harvest Monrovia area. It's now on the west side. It's right over Mid-City, basically, that area that we've been concerned with. Out towards Providence, up towards Alabama A&M campus, very large hail, probably golf ball size hail falling, and it's going to fall for several minutes because the storm's moving so slowly. Not seeing any rapid circulation right now on the backside, so I think we probably have a wall cloud here that's moving over. As you see, yeah, just a broad area of rotation now, right over Mid-City, really between Mid-City and Bridge Street. Okay, we're going to continue to watch this. Again, this is getting closer and closer to the TV station. TV station right about here. So, again, the storm approaching from the west. Again, this is Research Park Boulevard, Highway 255, north of Bridge Street. So anywhere from Bridge Street, now over towards Sparkman Drive, towards the UAH campus. Again, UAH campus, you need to be seeking shelter for this storm with a history of a tornado and large hail. There's not much going on. And again, this is the quiet here we've been talking about, but it still looks, now here it's coming, it's ticking up again, just to the west of Mid-City. Now I see that first rotation was over Mid-City. Now we're getting the secondary flare-up. And this is going to be on the north side of Research Park as well. You get Explorer Boulevard here. You get the Jackson Jackson Center, Hudson Alpha. SpaceX is out this way as well. You got Slaughter Road. This is, you got Eastview Drive, Slaughter Road. Blue Origin. That's right. Yes, Blue Origin. That's what I was thinking of. It's east of Foxfield Subdivision over there in Madison, so you're kind of all clear out there. Cliff Farm, City of Madison. This is on the east side. This is going to be out now east of the Kroger out there, but right along all this new development out here. Again, this is going to be by, you got the old Rosies, the new Rosies here. This is University Drive. It's coming down. You got the Walmart here on the north side. As this continues to move to the east, again, you got the Sam's Club out here. Again, moving east right along University Drive. So if this tornado touches down, we are going to know it without a doubt. I'm going to go here and see some of these, see if we got any more storm reports coming in. Waiting confirmation, Old Railroad Bed Road and Capshaw Road of nickel-size hail. We got half-inch hail, County Road 174 and Fabius in Jackson County. Dime-size hail in Providence. Again, that's Providence in the Madison County area. That was dime size, could be large now. Power out in parts of Monrovia. That was coming in at 913. Pea-size hail, County Road 174, the Fabius area. So again, there's some hail. Power flashes reported in the city of Madison at 914. So that would indicate a possible tornado. Madison County, new area. So again, we're getting some hail reports coming in. and continue to wait on the storm. And see, it's reorganizing here as it continues to, the storm's kind of trying to lull us into sleep, right? As it keeps recycling through. Get south of Plummer Road here and on towards Mid-City, all down University Drive towards UAH campus. That's where we have possible tornado. We had power flashes reported about 4 or 5 minutes ago with this storm, probably on the north side of Madison. This is going right down University Drive. You got Sparkman Drive here. A lot of restaurants down here as well, continuing to move to the east. Probably going to stay just to the north of the old Butler High School and just north of Bob Wallace and Bob Wade. I'm going to expand the view here. I'm going to talk about more storms that are in the area because I just want to update everyone. We've had that new tornado warning for the storm coming out of Lincoln County. That's going to be just to the north of Newmarket. So Newmarket, you're kind of stuck between these areas of circulation here. And the other tornado warning here, now northeast of Scottsboro. This is south of Stevenson. Again, very active out there right now. From Ider to Shiloh, you need to be seeking shelter for possible tornado over here. This is going to be in the northeast corner of the state. Circulation not as pronounced as it was earlier. So again, the higher rotation has moved northeast of Valley Head, and the lightning is getting closer. So as we get back here towards the city of Huntsville, that's the prominent tornado warning right now, and they're going to have to make a decision whether you can continue this tornado warning farther east. As far as the organization, it doesn't look as organized, but it still has the shape here that we always look for on the back side. It still has a lot of lightning and very likely still has some significant hail potential with this storm. As the National Weather Service was mentioning earlier, it's getting close to their office as well, as I mentioned, UAH. So it's possible we could see the Jackson, Mississippi Weather Service office take over a warning for them if they do have to seek shelter. Again, that's one thing that we may see change here in the next few minutes. So as we get here, it's just sitting over Mid-City. It's been there for 10 minutes, it seems like. But that's that area of circulation, slowly moving to the east. Newsroom, let me know if you're getting any scanner traffic from HPD or anything like that about situations going on. Okay, yeah, the Brigadoon area earlier out there in Limestone County, a lot of damage to homes from a tornado. Still getting some nickel-sized hail reports. The fact that this ball here right over UAH is continuing to kind of flare up even more is cause for concern, and I think they're going to continue this tornado warning through the rest of the city of Huntsville. It's now just northeast of Bridge Street. It's right by our camera. If you could swing that camera just, I think we're looking more northeast here, are we? I'm going to get on that again. This is right by the U.S. Space and Rocket Center almost. Okay, so we got Bridge Street there. As we go just to the east of Bridge Street, that's where we're going to see that cloud. And again, I'm on the really north side here.
Sorry, we got a bunch of windows pulled up. I'm trying to sift through our cameras over here.
It gets tricky over there. But again, this is going to be by the Space and Rocket Center. Overall, this continues to move a little bit more south and east as time goes on. And there's the heavy rain right outside our studios here. There you look towards Bridge Street, kind of turn around, and it's going to be, I mean, we're almost right there. Go back north just a little bit, I'm sorry. I mean, it's probably just right over the camera, I imagine. Yeah, so again, what we're looking at is the U.S. Space and Rocket Center where our camera is right by this area. So we could confirm that right next to it. So we get in here closer and so we got Space and Rocket, it's just due north of the U.S. Space and Rocket Center right now. I believe there's a Drury Inn right across, and got Calhoun Community College, I believe it's Calhoun right there. But that's where this is, right just to the west of Jordan Lane, right over the UAH campus. So again, this is right over campus here, UAH, continues to drop east and southeast. So this is now south of Highway, just south of University Drive, right along. Again, I don't want to be too specific on that because when this reorganizes the way it does, you don't know exactly where that possible tornado is going to reemerge. But as far as debris signature here, there's no debris signature right now. So it's possible we don't have a tornado on the ground right now. The other area of circulation is pretty much right on top of our station here right now. So I don't think we have a tornado right now on the ground in the city of Huntsville. So again, we would see that. I think now it's going to be northeast of that camera location. And they haven't issued that tornado warning downstream. So let me check these messages over here.
Brad, they haven't said anything about issuing it downstream just yet. We're just getting a lot more videos from Lucy's branch, from the Limestone County Emergency Management Agency. Also, we are getting some pictures and videos. This is going to be from Jackson County EMA Joshua Whitcomb of Highway 72 near Mud Creek. This is just south of Highway 117. Again, we also have that tornado warning ongoing in portions of Jackson County. This is going to be just due east of Scottsboro. Still tracking some areas of rotation there. It's not as stout as the areas that we were tracking going through portions of Madison County, but we still want to keep a close eye on this.
Have you all covered the latest in Athens?
No, we have not.
Okay, so let me break this.
Yeah, why don't you ladies interrupt and tell us what you guys got going on, because we're kind of at a decision point here.
Absolutely. So this is the latest coming from Athens. At this point, there are power outages reported widespread throughout western Limestone County between Highway 72 and Buck Island. But here's the really important part. 2 structure issues reported so far. Athens Fire has responded to a possible structure fire on Bates Road caused by a power line, and a possible structure fire on Travertine Drive, but the issue on that one still not confirmed yet. If it was lightning, a power line, a tree coming down, we don't know. So the police chief there said that water is covering the road, parts of Highway 72 throughout, and then there's heavy hail reported as well. So that's all the reports coming from Athens at this hour.
Okay, I just got a report from Madison. We've got Madison Fire is working an injury with a tree in a house with possible entrapment. They didn't tell us, didn't tell me which side, but again, Madison Fire Department working an injury involving a tree in a house and possible entrapment. Again, this from a firefighter. Again, checking other messages here. Again, they still have not issued downstream for this storm. We'll take a look at the hail here. Again, the Huntland area, you need to be seeking shelter in Huntland. I'm going to summarize that as well. The storm continues to reorganize here in Huntsville. Again, the threat is not over with. I think we're just kind of in a lull here with the storm, and I have a feeling what we call the vertically integrated liquid, it dropped a little bit, but right over the station right now, we're probably picking up, I would say nickel, maybe dime-sized hail, but I don't hear it on the roof right now. All I hear is the heavy rain, but again, the hail may come in just a few minutes.
And Brad, they do plan to issue that warning downstream for eastern Madison County.
Okay, so tornado warning, eastern Madison County. Your weather radio is going to be going off here shortly. So again, they're going through, and they're seeing what we're seeing. This storm's out there all on its own, and it has the possibility to reorganize and track to the east-southeast. So again, there's our new tornado warning for, again, it's tracking east-southeast. So Paint Rock, Gurley, your heads up here down the road. You need to find a safe place to go, but it's going to take time. Are they still going 25 miles an hour? I'll check that myself.
They're going east at 35.
Okay, now I'm picking up speed at 35 miles per hour. Okay, so that's the other thing that's happened. The one change is as it restructures a bit, it's also moving a little bit more to the east at 35 miles per hour. In fact, this one continues to turn more to the right and is moving more a little bit to the east and southeast. So we continue to monitor that storm. There's another storm here. In fact, this is near the Brigadoon area here, just south of Coxey. We've got a lot, there's no warning out for it, but we do have a lot of wind coming in here on the west side of Athens potentially, with that thunderstorm there. So we'll have
Coxey has so much history, we know.
Yeah, we know this is basically Tornado Alley over here for Limestone County. So Limestone County, it's not over with yet. This storm here near Coxey, there's some little bit of rotation going on with it. It's possible the hail size may be going up again within this storm, and this is going to take a path from Coxey east into Athens. So again, this is not a call to action right now. It's just letting you know we're keeping an eye on that storm for you. Farther out to the west in Muscle Shoals, you're just on the outside looking in. That's a good place to be here. All of this is eventually trending to the east-southeast. Tornado warning up here in Franklin and Lincoln County continues. But let's get back down here into Huntsville. This is going to be real close to our camera on the Parkway now as it continues to cycle through. This is a potentially dangerous storm here right on the southern edge. This has a long track supercell, but not necessarily a long track tornado with this. It's moving into, going to be moving up Montesano here. And here's the other thing we're going to have to watch. This storm has yet to be forced to actually move up in elevation. So it's possible as this crosses Green Mountain, it may force it to produce a tornado. It may what we call that vortex, the tube is going to expand because it has to go up over the mountain because it can't cut through it, right? So that causes that to expand. Just think of like an ice skater when they extend their arms. They slow down. When they tighten their arms up, they speed up. So as this moves over Green Mountain, it's possible as it gets into Jones Valley that if it's about to produce a tornado, that dropping over that elevation may cause that, like the ice skater, spin tightly. So that's what we're going to have to really keep an eye on here as this moves over Green Mountain and into Jones Valley. So you need to be seeking shelter here. What you got, Chelsea?
I'm talking to our news director, Julie. We're about to get another video.
Okay, so this is now approaching just north of Big Cove Road, Drake Avenue, right over the hospital, and it's looking where, see, it's going over here towards Montesano Boulevard. It is now climbing the mountain here, so to speak. So let's take this full screen here, and unless we start to see something more, that's just a heavy rain foot there, we call that, that you're seeing there. So the storm's wrapping back up. It's going up Montesano. Be seeking shelter. It's looking more aggressive here as it tracks pretty much east and just a bit southeast. It's just about east of the Parkway right now. On up towards Meridianville, this is not a threat for you. You get Alabama A&M. This is all south of you, although you may see some hail. You're probably going to see hail in Ryland and Brownsboro as well. But this storm is really starting to wrap up. Again, these storms, once they have to encounter this mountain, it's only 1,100 feet or so. It's not much of a change in height, but it's just enough on this boundary layer to change everything about. Yes, we're starting to tighten this up even more. So seek shelter here upon Montesano, Green Mountain, Big Code Road, Bankhead, the Bankhead Parkway here. This is going to be over the 5 Points area right now and continue to move to the east. It's getting stronger because it's probably because the wind, and this is critical on the boundary layer when we research these tornadoes, is the wind is coming in and it's all being forced to the north around these mountains. So it's being forced, and that accelerates the wind here most likely. So that's increasing the potential for a tornado here as this continues to tighten up. There it is right there. So again, dangerous. This storm is now getting stronger and stronger. This is going to be moving right up Montesano, just on the north side of Big Cove. It's now east of the Parkway, well east of the Parkway. We're probably going to see a tornado touchdown here any minute with this. Approaching Doug Hill Road, Ryland area, you need to seek shelter. Maysville, Brownsboro, be seeking shelter here with this storm. As far as Hampton Cove, it's probably going to stay just north of you there in Hampton Cove and Big Cove. It's going to stay northeast of, again, this is Big Cove Road as you go over Drake Avenue to the north. That's where the danger is right now. There's also a secondary area of some high winds being picked up here on the north side. Chelsea's got more video. Again, we'll get right back to this storm. Again, seek shelter here in these areas I have just mentioned. The tornado could be imminent.
Yeah, Brad, this is a video right now sent from one of our viewers, Adam Berryhill. Thank you so much for all of your pictures and videos thus far. This is a possible tornado in Bay Hill, and you do see it quite clearly there. All of the lightning flashes in the background. We have been showing you live footage throughout the rest of this evening, and we will continue to do so. Again, please make sure if you are under a tornado warning, you're hunkering down, you are seeking shelter. But thank you so much for all of you who are sending in these videos videos to us. Again, that is going to be in Bay Hill. From Adam Berry Hill, you can see the possible tornado there in the distance, and we do continue to track that tornado, Brad, in portions of Madison County.
Wind picking up outside our studios. Let's get right back to the radar. Again, we've got an imminent tornado developing here on the east side of Huntsville as this climbs up Montesano and Green Mountain. Just got a report of winds easily 60+ miles per hour. That's going to be right along 565 and I believe Oakwood Road there.
And Brad, I think we have a CC drop.
CC drop, yeah, I just saw that on Governor's Drive. So confirmed tornado on radar now on the east side of Huntsville with that debris signature. There it is right there. Let's take a quick view here. This is exactly what we were talking about. Just north of Governor's Drive, as this has been forced to climb the mountain, it's changed its plans. This is approaching Hutchins Avenue. It's probably already passed through there. We got Panorama Drive here. Again, this is just south of Highway 72, 565 as you get up into these big subdivisions. Again, heavily populated area up here in the northeast side of Huntsville. Shear rates probably jumping through the roof here. Again, this is approaching Doug Hill Road, and this is going to be climbing, going down the back side of the mountain here very shortly. And
Panorama is the summit of Montesano.
yep. So we're right at the top of Montesano here. Again, this is north of Big Code Road, headed right over towards Brownsboro. So Brownsboro, you need to be seeking shelter. We're not sure what this is going to do, what's going to happen to that rotation as it crosses the mountain. It could actually accelerate even more. Storm relative velocity very intense here with this storm, and the velocity continues to indicate that as well. Go back to the radar. This is the debris ball. We've got a debris ball now. So this is the radar confirming a tornado. This is a dangerous tornado. This could be a large tornado moving here over Montesano right now. Continue. You got Bird on the mountain. You got the state park up here. You've also got a TV station up here as well. Our tower is up
right
here.
there.
Our tower is right in here. So the tornado part of the storm is right now, it's over mostly wooded forest area, but it's going to reemerge over here towards Doug Hill Road. And let me put some other areas in here. We've got Rain Tree Road. A lot of these are some new subdivisions. Again, Doug Hill Road, they've been building like crazy out here on this north side. So you need to desperately seek shelter here. Brownsboro, south of Ryland, just south of Ryland here with this storm. This is a classic supercell storm. Down the road, Gurley. You need to be thinking about where you're going to go, because this type of storm is so powerful, it's going to create its own energy and may drop to the south and east. So just because that debris ball doesn't look like it's moving towards you, it could drop southeast. So this is where Highway 72 kind of turns from Gurley to Brownsboro. Seek shelter in Brownsboro. Again, a confirmed tornado here on the ground. Could be a large tornado, dangerous, strong tornado here moving just south of Ryland, south of Maysville towards Brownsboro and eventually Gurley. I'm going to get down here and show you some other subdivisions here as we get south of Gurley. I want to take a look right in here. This subdivision right here. This is Little Cove Road. We got Little Cove Road, Ripple Lane, the Eastern Bypass. Again, this is all, you can see all these communities down here, all these houses here, Old 431. This is all in danger here right now. Seek shelter immediately. Get as many walls between you and that storm as you possibly can. I know it's noisy. Again, try to keep the kids calm here as this moves in. But as we get farther north here, again, this is going to do damage here on the east side if this storm does not stop producing this tornado. It's right along Doug Hill Road right now as we speak. I'm going to go ahead and take a look at the velocity again. Take a look at the debris signature again. It's likely going to be stronger than what we had just a few minutes ago.
And Brad, I don't know if you've mentioned this, but the National Weather Service did put a considerable damage tag on this tornado.
Considerable damage from confirmed tornado. Okay, let's take a long track here for other areas down the path here. Let's move this here. I'm going to take the part that's got the tornado with it, and I'm going to go a little south here too. And we're going to go east and southeast. This takes it into Jackson County. I'm going to go about, again, Scottsboro, we're going to have to watch this closely too. So Gurley around 9:50, Pleasant Groves 10:09. It's got a lot of territory to cross before it gets to Pleasant Grove. Scottsboro 10:28. You're not even under a warning yet. So again, this is a big heads up for this storm. if it continues on its path. So if you're in a mobile home here in Jackson County, you need to be thinking in the next 10 to 15 minutes where you may need to go. Right now it's 9:38. You've got about an hour before this storm moves towards Scottsboro. So I don't like doing long storm tracks because the accuracy is less, but I do want to make sure you know we're thinking about you and give you that heads up to let you know if this continues, that's where it's going. Just a quick update here. Athens, still very heavy rain. Another strong storm here west of Fayetteville. And then another tornadic storm up here that just continues to roll on, moving through Huntland as we speak. Let me take a look here in Huntland. Again, I'll get back to you on the east side of Huntsville in just a second. A very, very busy night here. Shear rate not as impressive with that. But again, Huntland, you should stay in your shelter for at least, I'd say 10 more minutes there. Wind probably picking up here on the west side of Athens. I'm going to zoom back in here. Again, this is the storm of the moment right now. This is the one that's likely doing damage here, south of Ryland, just south of Maysville. And let's take a look at the debris signature one more time here. It continues to show that. Again, what we're talking about is the dual pole radar will come in and it will show in blue here when it correlates with that rotation. It shows that, and it got brighter. So we have damage being done right now from a tornado, or at least here in the last scan, just west of Dug Hill Road. So as we get in closer, what I'd like to do here, I'm going to turn that off. I think I could, and just look in this area here. So right now, where this tornado has been, it's been picking up debris, most likely from this forested area, if this map is of date. But it has gone across Montesano in these areas up here. So we get on to Kitchens Avenue, Panorama Drive. These areas here likely took a direct hit from the tornado. So now it's moving on to the east side. So areas along Dug Hill Road, it's possible you may have had some damage there, but more likely it's just to the north of there. So let's get that back on. Actually, I'm going to go back to the radar mode here. I just kind of wanted to zoom in and see what was actually there. That has gotten bigger, unfortunately. Check the lightning here real quick, and I imagine it's still tremendous lightning going on with this storm. As we go up here, yeah, there's still a lot of lightning going on with this storm. It's still very intense in the area we're most concerned with here, and that's going to be just southwest of Maysville. Just want to quickly keep you up to date here on another heavily populated area out here in Athens. It's likely we're going to see this storm intensify, maybe another round of hail coming in there. And then just to the north here of the state line, north of Ardmore and Elkton, a lot of lightning there, and that storm may impact areas in and around Fayetteville before it's all over with. So let's turn the lightning back off again and get back in here to just south of Ryland and Maysville. Take a look at this velocity. Again, this is moving towards Gurley. If you're in Gurley, you've got about 10 more minutes, and this storm's going to be in town. Again, it's going to get really quiet. There's no rain falling here, just on the west side of town, and then it's violently going to pick up as the tornado moves in, and you're going to see rapid conditions. It's possible you may be seeing debris falling here in Brownsboro and Maysville. There may be boards falling depending on the strength of this tornado, because as this tornado picks up the debris, it gets thrown several thousand feet in the air, and the upper level winds will blow it downstream. So if you're seeing debris or hearing something odd hitting the roof besides hail, it's possible it's going to be debris. If it's a lower end tornado, it's possible it's going to be shingles and maybe even some insulation, things like that. Latest update here on the velocity, still a tight signature here. Brownsboro, your winds are probably picking up. And at some point, this tornado is probably going to recycle, and hopefully it'll do it before it gets to Gurley, maybe, because when it goes through this cycling phase, it tends to, the tornado kind of goes away and then it comes back together. But again, I think crossing the mountain had a lot to do with this boundary as it was interacting with that. Let's get down here closer along Highway 72, and we've got Berry Road here, and I'm going to turn the radar off, and again, you can visualize where this tornado is. It's going to be very difficult to see. We've got this little valley here. We've got a lot of new development down in here. Again, this is going to be just to the north of Little Cove Road. So we've got subdivisions down here. We've got people in the path of these storms.
That's McMullen Cove.
McMullen Cove?
McMullen Cove is right there in Watson Grand. That's the mountain right there in Hampton Cove.
Gotcha. Thank you, Liz. And then it looks like a lot of just new developments up here on the ridge. So I'll expand that and I'll turn this radar back on and you kind of get your bearings here. It's just to the north of you folks there watching in those areas, but still very ominous. I think it's going through this cycle as well, where this is now east of Dug Hill Road, continues to kind of wrap up and cycle through, moving at 30 to 35 miles per hour here over the last 30 minutes. The radar signature still indicates we have a possible tornado there. Check the debris signature. It's faint. It's almost like it went over the mountain and maybe started dissipating when it got to the other side. So let's hope that's what's happening with this. We're not going to know for sure for probably another 20 minutes with this particular storm. So again, moving east towards Gurley, Pleasant Groves, heads up, you're not under the tornado warning yet. Woodville, it's going to be close. I think it's going to be just to the north of you, but definitely potentially a direct hit in Gurley. So you need to be staying in your shelter in Gurley there as it continues to approach from the west. And there's the latest update. It continues to show signs of a tornado, at least with the reflectivity signature. We've backed this up with the velocity. It's still showing up. So overall, it has not lost its full characteristics to produce a tornado. Let's head back out here to the west towards Athens once again. Lightning picking up in Athens. As far as the velocity goes, it's a strong storm. We'll watch the backside of this, but right now you get on the west side of Athens, just a lot of lightning, very intense lightning going on with this storm here as we switch back to the radar. Very heavy rain. Now, as we go through the overnight hours, this is eventually going to continue to move east and on into Georgia, but there's another line of storms out to the west. I don't think I can quite see it here on the radar vantage point. Let me take a look, see if it actually will pick up. Now, you can see more storms up here near Clarksville. These are probably not going to be severe, but there's likely a lot of polygons back here to the west into Arkansas. As you can see, severe thunderstorms, there's a line out here, and that's what's going to be moving in most likely after 3 o'clock in the morning or so. That's not going to be as rough as what we have ongoing right now. So we continue with the tornado warning for eastern Madison County. That threat is on the east side of the city of Huntsville, and it's now pretty much northeast the Mullen Cove area. It's approaching Gurley. So a dangerous storm, a very large storm, very noisy storm. A lot of you are getting lightning. I know a lot of you are probably concerned about that, but we're here and we're tracking the areas of most concern here, and it continues to be the area moving into Gurley. And on the northern side here near Maysville, we do have some high winds. I will tell you the rotation's not as strong, but as this goes through the mountainous terrain, it's really difficult to see exactly what's going on down at the surface. Chelsea, you got anything new from the Weather Service?
Brad, yeah, we do have recent EMA reports, damage in the 5-point area. You were just talking about it with that considerable tag when that rotation was a little bit stronger moving through portions of Madison County. Still has that look like Brad mentioned, so we will continue to monitor it. But yes, the storm has a history of doing damage. And again, with that look, we will continue to monitor if it does strengthen back up. I'm also watching that storm that's in portions of Limestone County near Athens. Is just to the east, southeastern or west, southwestern side of Athens. What concerns me with this storm is just like the storm that we were tracking in Madison County. It has a back end tail on it, so we need to watch this very closely to see if it is going to wrap back around. Currently a severe thunderstorm warned storm, not tornadic, but again, we are noticing that the winds are increasing. Not seeing any rotation with the winds, but again, you don't need rotational winds to do damage. We also have a video that we want to show you. This was from a recent storm, a storm that moved through portions of Lucy's Branch there right across the river. This is going to be from Josh. Josh, thank you so much for sending those photos. If you look back in the distance, yes, I know it's dark, but when the lightning illuminates it, you can see that funnel cloud pretty specifically right there in the background. Of course, we will continue to accept your pictures, your videos throughout the rest of the evening. But remember, safety is first. If you are under a tornado warning at any time, please seek shelter. We do not recommend seeking shelter in a mobile home at all. Again, especially if you are under a tornado warning. Back to you, Brad.
Yeah, that storm just continues to rage as it moves towards Gurley. I think it's going to reorganize here over the next 10 to 15 minutes. So stay in your shelters. Again, we've been mentioning this all along. You may be wondering, you think you've been in your shelter for a long time, and the main reason is these storms are moving slower here as they continue to move east. So here's a summary. East of Huntland now, we've got that tornado-warned storm. It's weaker. It's kind of hiding within all these other bigger storms, right? We'll watch that. Stevenson, severe thunderstorm warning continues there. Another storm up here near Fayetteville. But what's happening, the reason this storm is the strongest is because there's nothing to the south of it, and all that instability, that south wind's increasing, and it's feeding these storms, and that's why Chelsea and I are still concerned about the storm near Athens. So again, if you're in Madison, we're watching that storm in Athens as it moves to the east. It's still producing a lot of lightning. We'll get down street level towards Gurley here in just a second, but we'll put the lightning back on. And you can see all these storms extremely electrical. Fayetteville, you're not out of the woods yet either. It's a severe thunderstorm, but it continues to show signs that it's maintaining its intensity. It's the Athens storm that we can see the wind picking up from Decatur, and a lot of you may be standing outside watching all this lightning to the north. Maybe you're in Decatur or Florence looking off to the east. Scottsboro, it's approaching you from the west, and just noting about how incredible the lightning is. It's just, you know, it's a memorable lightning display, that's for sure, because it's just like a strobe light out there, and that's that indication that we do have significant updrafts in this storm. We've got lots of energy going on with these storms, and occasionally these storms are producing damage in the form of large hail and occasionally damaging winds. You can get that as this tornado cycles through. You can get the wind gust. It's like a microburst. It just stops, so then the wind collapses, and then we see the whole cycle come through again. It's called tornadogenesis as it moves in. So Gurley continues to slowly move in your direction. Your winds are probably picking up in Brownsboro as well. Ryland, this is now well east of you in Ryland. I'm going to adjust my neck a little bit. East of you in Ryland, Brownsboro, you're still not out of danger here from this storm, but the worst of it's to the south. And notice we're getting this big flare up here on the north side. So I think it's possible we've got a big concentration of a strong downburst maybe, and it may disrupt parts, the other parts of this tornado. Check the debris signature as of late to see if we're continuing to see that. And it's kind of gone away. I know you're talking blue, but this is all areas that the radar is really not sampling because it's not raining there. So in order for this to really be accurate, this blue would have to be right inside of this red. So right now, I think the storm's cycling back through, but you should stay in your shelter there given the appearance of this storm as it continues to move east. So I don't think we've got a tornado on the ground right now, but again, the warnings often say the potential radar indicated tornado. So we're going to watch this. The same thing that happened as this was moving through Huntsville. Same thing happened. It just started weakening, and then all of a sudden it went east of the Parkway and it blew up. And that's what we're hoping doesn't happen as it continues to moving east, because that was a real dynamic shift here as it moved up the mountain up towards Montesano, as it really increased the velocity, and the boundary layer just forced all that wind together. Let's clear some people out here this morning. If you live in Huntsville, you are all clear right now, but we're not all clear for the rest of the night. Ryland, Brownsboro, all clear. Maysville, you're clear from this tornado. You can get out of your shelter. Big Cove, you can get out of your shelter there. Down towards Grissom High School, you really never had to get in your shelter. But again, just a big storm here moving into Gurley. Pleasant Groves, you're probably seeing some large hail right now too as this continues to move to the east, pretty much right along Highway 72. It's moving into the Paint Rock Valley. So another thing that if you've ever driven down this way, you kind of take this, you'll take this turn, and this is the Paint Rock Valley. You come down here. So these are the mountains right here. As this goes over, they're not as tall, it's not as big of an abrupt shift here, but as this storm that's trying to keep this tornado on the ground as it continues to oscillate up and down between these valleys. It does have some effect on it, but we'll see what happens as it crosses into the Paint Rock Valley. If you live here in Paint Rock, you need to be seeking shelter from this storm. Again, the railroad tracks run parallel here towards Gurley, and then you make that sharp curve down to the south. A lot of farmland down here too. Again, this is probably going to stay just north of the Woodville area as it continues to move to the east. Latest radar update here, still moving into Gurley right now. Take a look at the shear rate. It shows let's loop this. Another thing I'm going to do, you can see this is just showing you basically where the rotation has been. And you can do a shear track. I think this is going to cover a little bit more ground. So here's the shear track of this storm, and we go all the way when it was out here. See, this is where the tornado touched down. So all along this path, this is just south of Lucy's Branch. All along that path here, these little red dots, that's that one storm. And you see how it was originally moving northeast, took a drop southeast of Athens, and along Highway 72, and then it refired. And you can kind of see how the red really, the burgundy here, really solid. And that's that high confidence that there's a tornado there. So as we go through time here, it's not as solid right now, but again, it's been oscillating, it's been cycling through, and in fact just disappeared on that last scan. So let's hope this trend does continue. Storm relative velocity, it continues to kind of favor the northern side of this storm with that really high wind there, and it's possible there's a lot of hail there, and it's probably maybe contaminating the data, so to speak. So let's take a look at the hail threat here.
While you do that, Brad, I do want to point out,
yes,
along that
go for it.
same exact path that you have been focused on, it's almost like the storm dotted that same path and took out power for a number of people. So 6,000 people in that same general area don't have power at this point.
Yeah, I mean, that's a lot of this can be lightning too. So I talked about that earlier on my Facebook Live, how you're going to get lightning that could do power outages. You get these downbursts when this tornadoes cycle through. And here comes another tornado warning for somebody.
Yeah, that's going to be for Limestone and Madison.
County. That's going to be, we got this one out here, huh?
Yeah, the one
Yep.
that we were watching.
All right, I said it wasn't over with, right? So let's take a look now at the radar out west. New tornado warning for Athens. Same path here, maybe a little farther south. This one, they're pretty much calculating this to go along the boundary, probably bigger impact for Madison and Capshaw. So let's take a look at the velocity out here to the west. Again, they're anticipating, do they have a spotter report out here, I wonder? And is our camera back up over there? I wonder that as well.
I'm going to be checking the Athens camera real quick.
Okay, I bet the VIL data is jumping back up on that. Yeah, we probably lost the power to that camera over there at one point in time. The velocity doesn't really jump there, but I bet the lightning's jumping on that, and that's what yeah, the lightning's really picking up with that storm. Again, it's a southernmost storm, so this is the case. We've got rain-cool boundary, but we still have big thunderstorms within it, and what happens is when you get so much water in the air, you don't get rain-cool air. So that's what we're dealing with right now with these storms here. So in Athens, it's put down from downtown Athens to the town square, off to the east-southeast down Lindsay Lane. As you go towards Capshaw Road, you need to be seeking shelter here from this storm. It may not have a tornado right now, but it's probably in the process, and that's what the Weather Service is seeing. They're saying we're seeing signs that this is probably going to go on the same path as the other one. And another thing to keep in mind, and I really want to focus on this, is you've got the southern path of this storm here has likely sent out a rain-cool boundary. And if this part of the storm gets on that boundary, rides that boundary, that's going to increase that momentum there. That's going to increase the rotation within that storm. So that's another thing to watch. And that's probably why this is more southeast track, because that boundary, it's going to not want to ride into this semi-rain-cooled air, I'll call it, and take the path of least resistance. And that's going to be closer to the city of Madison and Capshaw. So let me put this into motion here.
While
real
you're
quick.
talking about that,
Yeah,
Brad,
go for it.
City of Madison Public Works responding to a lot of trees down in the northern part of the City of Madison. Public Works is responding, but as you saw a little while ago, power and trees down City of Madison.
Yeah, that was probably on the north side, you say?
Yes, north side.
That's going to be like Liberty Middle School, Brewster's Ice Cream, out towards Balch Road and the hospital. All those areas that we were tracking with that. So again, even though this tornado may not be on the ground at times, it's still possibly producing damaging winds. And like we saw in Albertville several years ago, we had that non-descending tornado. It was basically the mesocyclone was all the way on the ground, and the trees were just snapped at the top. So that's also a situation we have to watch. All right, here's this storm track here. I got Magnolia Springs Subdivision in here again. It's likely going to stay just south of there, but again, another close call there. Capshaw, 1013, Cliff Farm, 1008, same areas. It just had some damage there. Foxfield Subdivision, you're in here again. That's going to be right off Balch Road on what used to be the west side of the City of Madison. Now Madison continues to grow, and we'll watch that area out there. Madison itself, 1026, Toyota Field, 1031, Mid-City, 1031, Bridge Street down the road from there at 1032, and Grissom High, I mentioned you earlier, down the road on 1051. So that's going to take us way out there, almost an hour in this storm track, and that's about how long this goes. It's going to be close to Marshall Space Flight Center as well, U.S. Space and Rocket Center, going to cross Palmer Road, those areas there. Again, another dangerous storm out here, even if we're just talking lightning and hail. The hail size is going to increase in this as we get in closer. The northern side of this storm probably going to start throwing more hailstones. Let's get in closer here. You get up here along Harvest Road. I'm going to talk kind of on the northern end of this, Copeland Road, Carroll Road, Old Railroad Bed Road. Again, there's Magnolia. You guys keep popping up in there. So as we take a look at Nick Davis Road, the worst of this weather is just off to the west. So I'll put a track here. You get here towards Endeavor Elementary's right here. Whoop, I moved the wrong thing, didn't I? So we've got Endeavor Elementary pretty much right in here. I did the same thing again. Let me back this up a little bit. I'm trying to grab the pencil. There it is. So basically right in here, you get out here to the west. So that's going to be probably about 8 miles or so as you get to the west. And it hasn't fully made that rotational couplet here, that turn, but let's take a look at this radar view here.
And Brad, our camera is back up, by the way.
Okay, great news there. And this is right over the camera location, Highway 72.
Yes, sir.
And I-65. Let's see what the lightning's like here on the very back edge of this storm. There's intense lightning there, so that camera may not stay up for long. Could we get that up on the air? We'll just see what that looks like. Because again, our camera's right there where we've got this possible tornado developing. This is going to be right along Lindsay Lane as we get on the east side of Athens. This is going to impact that area Publix, the Buffalo Wild Wings. That's really where it is right now. And we're tracking east and just a bit southeast along Highway 72, east side of Athens. Yeah, we need the Athens camera.
We need the Athens camera
up when you got time. Yeah.
Yes.
Elkmont, you can see the lightning off to the south. Again, tremendous lightning with all of these storms tonight. I'm going to get back over to Gurley in just a second. I want to take another look here as we're looking north here. If we could turn that camera, I know at some point we run into the Hampton Inn. That's where that camera is located. So we got raindrops on there too.
We do want to welcome you all in. If you are just joining us, we have been in continuous coverage. This would normally be our 10 o'clock newscast, the start of our 10 o'clock newscast. We've been in continuous coverage for the better part of 3 hours on this first alert weather day. We have actually heard confirmed and formed tornadoes throughout these past 3 hours that Brad and Chelsea have been tracking, and we are continuing to monitor all of the damage reports that are coming in. If you can, please let us know what you're seeing. You are our eyes and ears while this severe weather plays out. And obviously, we want you to stay safe while you grab pictures and videos of what you're seeing outside your door.
All right, yeah, and it is 10 o'clock. You're watching WFF 48 News. Again, in lieu of our newscast, this is the most important thing. Again, we've got crews in the field gathering information on the damage that we've had today, and we continue to get more reports. Currently looking at a tornado warning for the storm now east of Gurley. It's all clear in Gurley. This continues to move east and southeast. They have extended the tornado warning to include you in Scottsboro, Stevenson, and Hollywood, as well as Dutton and Aspel down the road. So we're going to continue to watch and see how this interacts with the terrain over here as it gets just to the north of Woodville. Right now, we're not seeing any increased uptick in that storm. We're watching another storm that's not as strong right now, but it's in the developing stages here. It's got a lot of lightning and some hail with it, though. But the back edge, we're going to have to watch for the possibility we see. Yeah, we've got the hook now forming here. So we've got the camera. See, down here below, we're looking right here from basically from this direction towards that hook. So we're going to look for like power flashes and things like that. So let me get in closer here. This is moving right down Highway 72. Mooresville Road, the same exact areas we were just tracking about, what, an hour ago. We've got the Stone Yard out here, French's Mill, Mooresville Road, our old Doppler radar site out here at French's Mill, right around Capshaw Road. You got Sutton's Furniture Stores right out here as well. And this is going to continue to move east and maybe a bit east-southeast. So it's the heaviest rain is south of Nick Davis. The wind is really, let me turn this off real quick. The wind is really picking up into this storm here near Burr Green Road, and this is going to be just about a mile west or so of Madison Hospital. It's continuing to move right along Mooresville Road, Capshaw Road, Pepper Road, and I believe East Limestone Road's going to be out here. Yeah, so we're going to be close to that. So all these areas here, Nick Davis South, Capshaw Road, and we've got rotation increasing out here. So it's increasing within this storm, and we can see a little on the southern fringes there. I'm looking at the camera just a little bit too. But again, those trees get in the way just on the horizon there, and it just makes it, and that's what's so difficult about storm spotting, especially at night. Storm spotting at night, though, they're typically going to be looking for power flashes, and that's where we'll get that report from. So let's get here closer to Mooresville Road, Pepper Road, Capshaw Road. You got Alabama Dirt out here, I believe, yeah, Newby Road area. And as you get a little farther east, you got Sanderson Road. You got Proline out there. All these areas here under the threat here for a possible tornado. I'm going to take a look at the velocity. I mean, it hasn't made the full turn and the full rotation here, so I think, if anything, it's organizing, but it's in this stage, it's the great unknown. We don't know. We know it's capable, and it has that possibility that it could spin up a tornado, but we just don't know right now. There is a little bit of a lowering, or maybe it's a raindrop. That's the other difficult part. You got raindrops on the camera, so you can't quite tell, and it's not really moving that much, but boy, there's a lot of lightning there on the east side of Athens. Let's kind of expand the view here and show both of these storms. I think the storm moving into Jackson County may be getting stronger.
Yes, sir. They are actually going to issue a tornado warning coming for northeast Jackson County.
Oh, northeast Jackson County. That's the other one then.
Yes.
Okay. Oh, I got you. Yeah, that other one. Okay, I was looking at, oh, so now we've got three of these supercells to
With the
talk
back
about.
end, yeah.
This one here, this is northeast of Stevenson, near Bridgeport. You're probably getting large hail, damaging winds there, but it's going to be the area just to the east of Newtown that we're watching this possible tornado in that storm as well. The velocity doesn't quite get wrapped all the way around there. Let's go down here and cover you folks down here in Scottsboro. You're under this tornado warning. Pleasant Groves, it is hitting hard in Pleasant Groves. Tremendous lightning going on, and it continues to show this shape here where you get this really strong wind north of the circulation pattern here. So this is north of Woodville. And we can drop that camera here, get a bigger view for the folks trying to watch at home, especially on your phone. I imagine it's probably pretty hard to see that double box there. But Pleasant Groves, very heavy rain, intense lightning, possibly some wind damage going on. The tornadic part of the storm is to your southwest and just north of Woodville. Let's get in here. We can see, again, all the terrain that this is going over. Lots of mountainous areas, these ridges and valleys. So as it's forced to dance kind of up and down in these ridges and valleys, there's a lot going on, and we just can't see all the way to the ground. And that's why this view here is fairly critical as it comes, because sometimes you can't quite see the velocity all the way down in some of those mountain valleys. And it's that circulation. It almost looks like we've got a rear flank downdraft, we call it. This little green area leading out, that's that gust of wind out ahead of it. So it may be, that's the other thing that goes on, is the outflow on the backside of the storm may outrun the area of rotation. So once that catches up, so if the storm speeds up a little bit, it gets ahead of that, and then it taps back into that unstable air. So that's the other thing, that there's a lot going on in the mechanics here of these tornadoes. So let's see, give you an idea here. I'm not gonna make the same mistake. We're gonna zoom this out a little bit more. Gonna put a storm track on this. Going to track mostly the area of concern with the high wind and the possible tornado here. I'm going to take it east and southeast. So we're going to put that at 35 miles an hour. And you can see down the road, you may have to worry about this in Pisgah, Henniger, and Dutton. And even farther south, we've got Aspel in here too, maybe even Section. So here's where we start to get concerned with the Sand Mountain magic. So again, I don't want to lull anyone to sleep. We haven't been too animated about what's going on with the storm, because as right now, nothing's extremely imminent. I mean, there's nothing on the ground right now, but again, that can change in a matter of minutes. But you all know the height change here as you go up Sand Mountain. Beautiful overlook here as you get just north of Section, and just a beautiful lake here as well. But there's a huge change in elevation as you climb that ridge. This air is going to be forced into the inflow into here. It's all going to be forced. This wind's going to accelerate, and this rear flank downdraft may stop. It may be stuck as it can't quite get up the ridge as fast. So that's what I'm concerned with now as we go down the road here in Pisgah, Section, and Dutton. Again, that's 1045. 1049. If you're in a mobile home in these areas, I would think of another shelter if you have another shelter that's adequate, because this storm is a long track supercell. We know that. It's not necessarily a long track tornado. It's a long track supercell that has a history of throwing mesocyclones. But we do know for a fact when this went over Montesano, that elevation change I think it caused the tornado to form. And it's been kind of struggling ever since that. It's a well-formed supercell storm, so I think once it's forced up this boundary layer, it could spin up a strong tornado here, somewhere here from Pisgah down to Dutton. Not that it could still do that here over the next 45 minutes or so here as it's moving closer and closer to Scottsboro. So Scottsboro, the lightning's very intense, the rain is very heavy, and the storm approaching you from the west. Again, I see this boundary here that keeps kind of flying out. And that's what I'm talking about. The wind right in here is most likely going in this direction here. And it's going faster than this part of the storm. So that's what's keeping this from rapidly rotating. But once this runs into the higher terrain, it's going to be way closer to the bottom. So the wind speeds will increase. So that's why I'm concerned with it. So again, we'll watch that very closely for you. I'll go ahead and do the latest scan here with the velocity. It just continues to show the stronger rotation north of it. So that's just indicating that it's not able to kind of come around completely. The storm over here moving into Madison, one more update. It has not gone around. We don't have any strong rotation with that right now. Storm relative velocity is fairly weak. There's a lot of lightning with it. And it's possible, it's possible, I won't say they're going to cancel this, but it's just not that impressive here on radar. And it's pretty much moving more east than it was southeast. The original warning was southeast on this storm. So again, there's no tight rotation here with that storm. Let me know if you guys have any more reports from viewers, if you guys want to break in and let us know what else is going on as far as getting to know. Emergency crews are still busy out there with some of the damage that's been going on. The meanest storm we have is Pleasant Groves, north of Woodville, and that continues to move to the east. And if you guys just wanted to talk over, I could just leave the radar up here as well. You guys got more information?
We've been texting and reaching out to all of our sources throughout North Alabama, checking with EMA directors as well as
Fire crews,
emergency medical services. Just received a text from Don Webster with HEMSI. He has checked on 2 people in Madison because
that tree that fell on the home, and that was along Oakland Road, I believe.
Oakland, correct. No injuries though reported so far.
Yes, so that's the good news, but a tree did fall on that home. They were able to get out with no injuries. For a second, they were trapped inside their homes, but 2 people out, no injuries on that one. So a lot of people are just in a holding pattern at this point. They're trying to make sure they move safely as they respond to what's going on out here. But so far, we haven't gotten any injury reports, which is great news. And right now, it's just an assessment period.
Especially because, Brad, you were talking in Madison. We knew that trees were down in the northern part of the city of Madison along 72. So the fear was, well, it was right across the street and very near Cliff Farm as well as Madison Hospital. Then it came into Huntsville, then hit Governor's Drive, went right up Governor's Drive over Montesano, right next to Huntsville Hospital. So I've been texting with the CEO of Huntsville Hospital, Jeff Sams. Jeff says so far no damage done to Huntsville Hospital. And I asked about Madison Hospital and no reply, so assuming that Madison Hospital is fine so far. Also, just getting something in from the Lauderdale County EMA director. Then we have from Heath Bennett right now. He says no damage or injuries there in Lauderdale County to report that this time. One house was struck by lightning in Florence. Thankfully, no injuries. About 200 homes right now without power on the eastern side of Lauderdale County. Utility crews right now are en route to determine the cause as well as corrective measures. Again, that is Lauderdale County EMA, Brad Holmes. So that is the latest there from Lauderdale County. We've got the latest from HEMSI. Don Webster also says no transports coming in from other areas, which is always good news. If you can't reach people there, we know that they would be sent to Huntsville Hospital because of its level trauma center. So far, nothing coming into Huntsville. Again, great news tonight.
Yes, that is very good news. So far, no reports of injuries, right?
Right.
Okay. Correct. So, yeah, the problem in the Madison area is that we've got the same storm, a similar storm coming through the same path that this other storm went through. So again, down in Scottsboro and east of Bridgeport, watching these storms. This tornado warning here probably just didn't get deleted, or it was coded wrong, because I don't see anything up there still going on up into, no, there's nothing going on there. But again, the storm here west of Scottsboro, starting to see the winds pick up perhaps just a little bit here on the south side of Harvest, just to the north of the Madison Hospital, but by far, we do have significant wind here, Pleasant Groves. And you notice when I went to the street level imaging there's just a lot of rural area in these areas, a lot of trees, there's a lot of things that may be going on. And the time of evening it is, we may not get some of these reports until tomorrow when the light of day comes. We do have very strong wind coming into Scottsboro, and I'm concerned about this area here. Again, even if we don't have a tornado imminent right now, there's definite rotation going on here in the middle of the storm. This is maintaining this updraft of this storm that will likely continue. This is going to track all the way into Georgia. So this storm is not going to give up. And we'll just watch this as it continues to come together. Take a look at the shear rate here. And we've got even stronger shear here. So near Limrock, this is the brightest. This is showing extreme shear. So let's take another look at that area there. So yeah, we're cycling back up. Limrock, it's possible we have an imminent tornado here now, near Limrock. So this is going to continue to track east and onto the west side of Scottsboro. So Scottsboro, take your tornado shelter now. This storm is moving in. It's cycling back through and could produce a tornado at any minute. And you notice this little green line, how it's faded away, especially on the northern edge here. So we're starting to tap back into that instability, so that low level inflow in here, the helicity is picking up. So probably going to see a tornado here with this storm here in the next 5 minutes, if not sooner, as we take a look at that. And we'll probably be able to see more of a distinct change here as we put that into motion. Notice over time. So this is moving east-southeast, just a bit south of east, I should say. So let's take this track here one more time. Here's the tornado moving towards Aspel, so you need to be in your shelter there. It's going to be really close here. I'm going to kind of put it towards Dutton, really close into Scottsboro. So Scottsboro, you need to be seeking shelter. And again, we are not officially on your programming, so you may want to let somebody know. They can get the information on our First Alert News app, our weather app, our Facebook page. This is a very dangerous situation that may be moving into Scottsboro. So again, let people know. We talk about multiple ways to get the warnings. Again, we're not officially on your broadcast. That changes in October. Dale Strong, Congressman Dale Strong helped us out with that. But again, that storm is moving into Scottsboro, especially the south side of Scottsboro, with a possible tornado. And if it doesn't produce one there, it could do it down the road here as it moves up the bluff here, up towards up Sand Mountain, and let's backside a look at it.
And Brad, I think we do have a tornado debris signature on that.
All right.
I just looked on radar scope and it had a pretty good CC drop.
Yep, there it is, right over Limrock. Good eye. That's it. This is a tornado debris signature, so a tornado has touched back down right where we thought it would, and that really coincided with the Barron product. Again, Bob Barron put all this software together for us, and it's all used all across the country. But what we're seeing here is the debris signature and that specific product called shear rate, and you see how it went yellow there. That's where the tornado touched down. So this product is doing exactly what it's supposed to do. It's helping us get that information out to you. So again, we've likely had a tornado touchdown here along County Road 11. Let's see what we've got in this area that may have been impacted. So as we zoom in closer, again, this is Highway 35. A lot of trees here. Again, it all depends on where it hits, right? So that area is moving. We've got homes here. Again, we've got homes here on the south side of Limrock down County Road 11. And it's going to continue to move over. So it's going to go over another ridge. We've got a lake here, and we've got more houses over here on County Road 17. Looks like a golf course, maybe. Yeah, there's a golf course over here off County Road 17. We've got houses on the golf course here. And as we zoom out, this tornado is going to be moving pretty much along County Road 11. We've got State Highway 79. This is as you come into the city of Scottsboro. You know, beautiful here. There's usually a lot of water and ducks out there as well. And then we've got the high school here on the southwest side of town. This is moving into Scottsboro. We have a tornado that has touched down here in the last 5 minutes or so. It's possible it is still on the ground. We'll know once that other data starts coming in. But it doesn't show up clearly in the velocity pattern too, which has kind of been a struggle most of the day. But we definitely can see in this pattern here, we've got the rotation. So again, Limrock, it's going to be a real close call as it goes towards this golf course here, southeast of there. And then as you get on, I believe that's 79 again, on the west side of Scottsboro. And the thunder continues to roll here at the TV station. We've got that big, also as you come into town, there's a big gravel, it's like a rock quarry here as well, right off Porter Road.
And Brad, you want to know what's interesting? So the circulation from that tornado warning that moved from Athens that we were tracking, I think it's right next to the hospital again.
Okay.
On the same exact spot.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and I'll let you talk about that, Chelsea.
Yeah, Brad, so we're going to be tracking again, take Max 2 real quick. We have seen these storms go over the same areas over and over and over again. And like Brad was mentioning, it seems like they are riding this boundary, and this is going to be for areas mainly north of the Tennessee River. And I will say the National Weather Service, Brad also mentioned this, talked about possibly extending the tornado watch longer than 11 o'clock this evening. And yes, for certain counties, that tornado watch has been extended through 3 o'clock in the morning. So again, we have this round, but we do have another round that's going to be coming in after midnight. So make sure you have some way to alert you as we head throughout the overnight hours. This is going to be very important. But again, that area of rotation that I was just talking about, right near Monrovia, Capshaw Road, McCrary Road, also near portions of Jeff Road, Northwest, Legacy Park. Not very tight rotation, but again, we've seen how this circulation can wrap up very quickly and become stronger. Yeah, as Liz was saying, that's a very heavily populated area, and a lot of these storms have been going through a heavily populated area. Now, it has lost its look in terms of that hook that it did have earlier, but again, we still are going to keep a very, very close eye on it. It's riding right along Highway 72 again. There's Mid-City. Again, there's downtown Huntsville, portions of I-565, just north of the Providence area. The worst of the rotation is going to be from Monrovia all the way just north of 72. This would include Rainbow Mountain Heights, again, just north of the Providence area, but we need to continue to watch this very, very closely. This is just right near the Madison Hospital. And again, this is going to be continuing this tornado warning until 10:45 this evening. 10:45. And I'm going to go ahead and do a storm track where the worst rotation is, so areas down the line can seek shelter, because if it continues in its track, you see what's left. Portions of Gurley, who just also dealt with some rotation. Actually, very, very strong rotation. So let me do a track real quick for this storm.
Yeah, it's definitely tightened up here. Yeah, you're right. There's a boundary there. It's just continuing to move along the same path. So it's right over Providence now.
And state troopers, both of you just issued, they just said Limestone and Madison counties. Of course, severe storms generated tornadoes causing damage in both counties, closing multiple roads. Fallen trees currently blocking these roads, but did not list the roads that are closed right now. Okay. But at least state troopers are on it, and hopefully we will get a more line item list.
Was that the WIA message there?
This is from State Trooper.
Okay.
Jeremy Burkett. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that circulation tightening up a lot. Chelsea, I'll let you go through that storm track, and then we'll get back over to Scottsboro.
Yeah, so again, I just did this storm track for you. Providence, get in your safe area right now. It could be on top of you any minute now. Down the road, Mid-City, same story. Sherwood Park, just a couple minutes later. Huntsville, this is going to be right around 10:30, the Huntsville metro area. So you have 5 minutes or less as we continue down the line. Moontown, 1040, close to 1040 right about. Owens Crossroad, close to 1040 as well, Brad.
Okay, yeah, EMA over there in Jackson County just confirming a tornado on the ground, Highway 35, County Road 11 in Limrock. So they are confirming the tornado here with this storm moving into Scottsboro, especially the southern side of Scottsboro. So again, Doppler radar confirmed that. And now the EMA is reporting that, so it's possible there is damage there. At least it's been spotted. So take a look at the debris signature here again, and it's still very subtle here, but you can clearly see how it went through right there. I say clearly, some of you it looks like a big light bright, I know, but we've got to use this data to give you the most accurate information, and in some cases that life-saving information. I still think we have a tornado on the ground here, but it's just very cluttered here. It's very hard to see. And this storm's about to climb the mountain over here. We haven't forgot about you, Dutton, over here. Again, as we take a look at Rosel and Pisgah down the road, section on here too. Let's put the radar reflectivity back on, we call that. And the storm continues to wrap up along a boundary. And large hail probably falling in Scottsboro. I'm not sure exactly what the size of it is. Probably somewhere on the order of quarters or lower than that, the nickel size hail. We haven't had a lot of big hail, but this storm did produce some golf ball size hail earlier at Canebrake and quarter size hail in Monrovia area as it moved through. So we have long track supercell storms, not so long track tornadoes, but some of these tornadoes may have been on the ground for about 10 miles. And again, this particular storm here may have produced at least 3 or 4, probably 5 tornadoes by now that we know of. So right along Willow Street there, Highway 35. Highway 35 and 17 in Limrock is where that tornado was reported to have touched down, and that's moving down Willow Street right into Scottsboro. So stay in your shelter there. Again, we've mentioned how people have been in their shelter a long time today, and you've been returning visit. Maybe you're thinking of your shelter options in the future. The weather's been very quiet as far as April and May go so far this year, but this has been just a dynamic week all across the U.S., and this has basically been our turn for that.
I'm
So
getting
the
reports
storm
of
continues-
hail, Brad. Do you
Where?
see any hail? This was around Gurley Pike about 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, we've had hail with these storms.
Okay,
Had a lot
this
of
one
hail.
is golf ball size. I just didn't know if you
Well,
had any
golf-
larger.
Haven't had any larger than golf ball.
Okay.
But let's get back out here. And just on the north side of Mid-City again, same areas. This is now just to the east and southeast of Legacy Elementary. I think it's probably just near Jeff Road too. Velocity on this, again, it's not as pronounced. It may be north of that boundary because notice the initial warning here came out and the southern edge of the warning was, so Madison, you're pretty much all clear here. It's north of you. It's along University Drive on the west side of Huntsville now, but I think it's coming over the previous boundary, so it's probably not as juiced up, so to speak, as it moves through here, but still could do some damage. And once again, this has to cross Montesano, right? So we're going to see what happens when it does that. So moving right over Mid-City, pretty much Jordan Lane. You get up here on the north side, we've got Woody Anderson Ford. As you go farther north, I think that the worst of that rotation is going to be south of there, although they could have some hail up in those areas there. As it continues to move east and just a bit southeast. This is headed for the north side of downtown Huntsville out towards Big Spring Park as this area of the storm. Again, this is the area right over Mid-City that we'll watch, and this is going to basically do the same thing the other one did. We got Ryland, Brownsboro, very same track as this moves through, and it's unfortunate, especially for some that may have had damage. It's possible this is still doing damage, even though it may not have a tornado there. The wind circulation, the mesocyclone could be doing the damaging winds there, and lightning could be taking out your power as well. Let's look farther to the west. Not sure. This warning may have expired here. I just don't see anything severe with that Athens storm, but let me check the lightning out here. Yeah, there's no lightning. I think that warning just needs to be gone. Severe thunderstorm warning continues up here from Fayetteville to Winchester. Current time now is 10:30, so our normal newscast would have been ending right now. So we'll continue with this coverage. As Chelsea mentioned, the tornado watch extended until 3 a.m.
Yes, sir.
So hopefully this is going to take the punch out before that next line of storms moves in later tonight. Go over here into Georgia, maybe watching our broadcast on digital media. Those storms there are severe in the northwest corner of the state. And up here out to the west, there's just an extremely quiet night out in Florence and Muscle Shoals, but you can see the tremendous lightning that continues. Down the road, we're going to start to see a flooding issue here. All this rain, it's been going on. We've been in continuous coverage for what, 3 hours now?
Yeah.
And it's been raining hard in some of these same areas for that same amount of time.
And this is moving so slowly.
It is. It's painfully slow, especially if you're seeking shelter out there, especially when you've got kids out there and they're concerned. The lightning's picking up. Probably dogs out there that don't like the lightning and thunder. Again, make sure your cell phone's staying charged because more storms will come in overnight tonight. They're not going to be these big storms, though.
What's the likelihood, Brad, of this taking the punch out of what's coming behind it?
It's possible, but I won't say it's highly likely. The next round is more of a heavy rain and high wind threat with the low end embedded tornado risk. So overall, it's still possible. and we'll look into that. Chelsea, if you want to do that extended radar and get that up in a second, I'll toss you. We can talk about that line of storms coming in.
Yeah, and I do want to make a notice that tornado watch issued till 3 o'clock in the morning for several areas. Again, that has been extended. That's not for every area. In fact, most of it is going to be for areas north of the Tennessee River, like we've been talking about right now. Now, this is the old watch, but areas not included in the new watch. This is going to be Coleman County, also Morgan County, Lawrence County, portions of Franklin County, Alabama. Areas that are going to be included in the new watch, that's going to be Limestone County, Madison County, DeKalb, Jackson, Marshall, Franklin County, Tennessee, Lincoln County, and also more. Again, so we're going to be kind of watching this boundary that these storms have been riding. They have a history of producing damage. We do have 2 current tornado-warned storms at the moment. Like Brad has been mentioning, a lot of the circulation has been weakening, but like we've seen before, it can recycle up and then down. And I will say some of that circulation starting to pick back up right along Shady Lane in between Providence. And this is going to be, once again, riding along Highway 72, Brad.
All right, let's get back over to Scottsboro. Again, mic is off. All right. It's back on. Let's go ahead and take a look at Scottsboro. Again, this storm is moving in. It's kind of lost the identity as far as the tornado debris signature goes, but we've got this rotation, especially on the south side of town, and this is where the radar is just really messy. So I'm just going to switch back over to the reflectivity as we watch this storm. In fact, it's jogged a little bit north. It's moving right into downtown Scottsboro. So once again, this is moving right down Willow Street. We got South Broad Street here, downtown Scottsboro on the square. Again, stay in your shelter. This storm has constantly just kind of flexed its muscle back and forth. And I think we're kind of in that on and off again stage. It's probably a little bit off right now. So hopefully that helps at least alleviate some of your stress that you're going through right now. Hollywood and the Bellefonte area, the heavy rain and the hail threat continues there. It's this area right in downtown Scottsboro that we have this rotation moving in. As I mentioned, I've been mentioning it all day. You get this area where there's no rain at all. Broad Street, seeing that now, and then abruptly the wind shifts. So even if there's not a tornado, the wind is abruptly going to shift from the south to the west as this moves in. So I'm going to stop in the loop here. And you'll see as we get out here farther to the west, just west of Broad Street, we've got Boyd Drive, we've got Christie Drive, we've got Wilhelm Drive, and Alabama 79. If you live west of Alabama 79, this danger should be out of your way in about 10 minutes. As we've been mentioning, it's moving slow. Usually these things move at about 50 miles per hour, right? What we don't know yet is what's going to happen as this storm crosses the river and is forced to rise in the terrain. So we're going to really be keeping a very close eye on this storm as it does that. Lightning continues to kind of jump here in and around Hollywood, very intense lightning, but what we'll watch to see is if the lightning increases this area in the circulation here. That's where we would see the increase in the updraft of the storm. Right now the main updraft is farther to the north, but yeah, it's still a dangerous storm. This storm, it could be producing a tornado in downtown Scottsboro right now. Another WIA alert. So let's take a look at this debris signature here. See if it shows up anyway. Let's see where to go. We'll get to that in just, I'm going to zoom back out here. So this storm's wrapping right around here, right over downtown Scottsboro. And what we're seeing is the potential for a tornado to spin back up again. I don't see it here in the debris signature. Got video taken from Hancock Crossroads between Section and Northeast College, looking directly at a hook. Just lost power at the EOC over there. So they just lost power at the Emergency Operations Center in Scottsboro and Jackson County. I believe that's the home of it for Scottsboro.
It is with Paul Smith.
Mm-hmm. So it's possible it's lightning, it's possible tornadoes taking power lines down, but this is moving into Scottsboro. You need to be staying in your shelter here as this storm moves through, and you may actually lose our broadcast over here as well. So velocity again picking up right over downtown Scottsboro. The wind's picking up as well, And again, we have a very significant storm moving through, large hail, and the possibility of a tornado in downtown Scottsboro that continues to move to the east. And it's, again, this is wrapping around and a pretty dangerous part here, right in Scottsboro. Let me get back down here, street level. It's going to be approaching the John T. Reed Parkway here on the eastern side of town, but it's right along Willow Street. This has been having a distinct path right along Willow Street. So this circulation is right over South Broad Street and Willow Street, and south of Dean Street, and it's going to continue to move just to the east. So if you live where Willow Street kind of curves to the northeast, I think there was a movie theater in that area at one time. May still be there. I haven't been there for a while. But again, that's the area that this possible tornado is going to continue to move through. And then eventually it's going to be crossing the lake and then climbing the mountain. Notice how this rotates around and then kind of stretches out here into Scottsboro. Another look at the velocity here. And this northern side just continues to show this flex of a very intense wind. And so we could have damaging wind gusts. We could have a mesocyclone that's not completely on the ground doing damage here in Scottsboro. And it'd be just like a tornado. So we're talking probably 80, 90 miles per hour with that as it moves in. So take a look at the debris signature. This is the same thing that happened just near Limrock. Maybe a faint debris signature here showing up. Let's take a look at that. Again, that's going to be just south of Webb Addition. We'll watch and see if that area here continues to track east and then eventually show that possibility of debris. So we have a tornado that's been skipping all across Jackson County, and right now all indications are, excuse me, that it's possibly producing a tornado in Scottsboro right now as we speak. Debris signature continues to show maybe subtle debris right there, southeast of Scottsboro, just on the southeast side of Scottsboro. I'll zoom right back in here. I'm going to stop the loop, and I'm going to show you exactly where that is. So we've got potentially a debris signature on Earl Street. You get east of Laurel Street and the Dayton Drive, excuse me. This is moving east. So what you see here has already happened. So what's happening now is just to the east of that location. So we'll take a look here, and it's now east of downtown Scottsboro. East of downtown Scottsboro. So you get west of downtown, you're all clear here from this tornado, because it's most likely just off to your east. But again, proceed with caution. It's possible you may have power lines down. Treat everything as if it's still live, because a lot of times, you ask an electrician, that power may appear out, but it's still live power lines there. So where's this storm going now? I'm going to expand the view here. We'll get back over into Madison County here in just a second, but I think the more pressing storm is going to be this one here that is likely producing a tornado or at least damage in the city of Scottsboro as it moves to the east. So it's going to continue. It's kind of an eastward and a bit southeast path. So you see Henniger in here as we continue on. So I'm going to track this area that's in Scottsboro now, and we're going to track this in the most dangerous part of this. We're going to make it a little bit east-southeast. I'm going to extend this to about 26 to 30 miles an hour. So Pisgah around 10:57. It's now 10:40. Henniger 11:09. So again, it's been a busy day in many areas, especially over here into DeKalb and Jackson County, but this storm isn't done yet, and it continues to show signs of a possible tornado. And then there's always what we call the Sand Mountain Magic, and we may very well see that happen here in the next 20 minutes. So what's going to happen as you get closer here, excuse me, right as this crosses the river, and there's the bridge you take across the bridge, and then you either go left or right, and you go to the south, you go to section. Yes, what you got?
Brett, I think we have a confirmed tornado right now towards Research Park, Oakwood Road.
All right, I'll let you get to that
circulation has wrapped up pretty quickly here. So go ahead and take max 2 for me real quick so we can show this. Go ahead and take max 2. I want to show you exactly what I'm seeing here. Very, very tight rotational couplet that we have now moving through portions of Research Park, behind the Walmart on Highway 72. There are a lot of light flashes. So again, that could be potentially power outages from this possible tornado.
Old Monrovia Road right there, Westminster Academy, the big public store, and the brand new public safety building there for Madison County.
And we have our camera up. It's been really hard to make out what we're seeing, of course, because it's dark out there. But I mean, you were just seeing a vibrant, vibrant show of lightning out there from this thing.
Yeah, there's the Athens camera. We'd probably be able to see that more, again, with the U.S. Space and Rocket Center camera. And let's go over, yeah, you guys figure that one out. I want to try, there we go. That's probably going to be a pretty good view there. Actually, that's northeast Huntsville, right over the Drury Inn there. And as we zoom in here.
Would you like me to pan to the left just a little bit?
Well, that might be the right spot right now because it's, again, this area here is now east of the Parkway.
Yeah.
Yeah, zoom in on that
quick.
right there. Excuse me, I'm going to get some coffee here in just a second. We're going to fix that. Yeah, there's our, again, the circulation's just not very, I mean, it doesn't show up on the radar very well at all, so these are really low to the ground probably. But again, this is going up Montesano once again. Let's see if we've got debris signature here. So as we continue, again, this is just a big lowering of the clouds is really gray. You can see it, yeah, right there. You can see it's very gray. That is it. Let's take that full screen. And this is going to be on the east side of the Parkway, moving up Montesano. As the lightning strikes, you can see the funnel there, right there. And occasionally, you're probably going to see that funnel touch down. Looks like it's going to be Montesano Boulevard, Asbury Road. This is going to be closer to the ledges, I think. As you get more Jones Valley.
Huntsville Mountain area.
Mm-hmm. So we continue to watch it. What we're going to watch also is power flashes on the edge. So again, we do have a definite wall cloud with rotation moving now east of the Parkway. It's definitely, that's it. That's what's possibly done the damage that we're seeing out there. Again, you said the lights were flickering north of the Walmart there?
Yeah, just right behind the Walmart on 72.
All right, well, again, we'll get back over here east of Scottsboro in just a second. That storm just continues. It's climbing the mountain right now, so we're going to have to get to that real quick here in a sec. But again, heavily populated area here on the east side of Huntsville. Storm is moving through the same exact area. Let me put our map back on here, kind of get our bearings on exactly where that hook area is. Again, we've had a possible tornado with this storm. Notice the separation here. That's where that ball is. And again, that's that funnel that we're tracking there on our camera. And as I stop the motion here, again, this is going to be Meadow Hills on the east side. This is right up Montesano. Once again, this is climbing Montesano. Excuse me, again, I'm going to get my cup of coffee here in just a second. But same exact areas that we had about an hour ago are seeing the impact here of this possible tornado. And this is north of Drake Avenue. It's identical. It's an exact match. And remember the last time it made it over Montesano and then it produced that tornado on the east side. So same thing here. I'm going to storm track this. If you live west of the Parkway, this is over. And north of 565, the only exception is going to be over here up Chapman Mountain for a brief period of time and out towards the Chase community. But a possible tornado here on radar. Take a look at the debris signature. It's not there. See, the thing about the correlation coefficients, what this is really called, it connects all of this, which is interesting because when you go to the actual radar, it's not quite connected, at least completely there. So another storm moving towards Gurley, the possibility of a tornado. I am going to expand this out just a little bit, put another track on here for you. And we're pretty much going to track right along Highway 72 here to the south of that and move this east and a bit southeast. We'll go about 26 miles per hour. Again, I got to zoom out more. I think I'm going to have to change that function here because I've been running into that a lot. Because I want to pick up some of these smaller communities in here, was why I'm doing it that way. Okay, so let's take a look here as we took this track right here and move it east. We're going to go east at about 29, 30 miles an hour. So this is the Ryland area at 1050, Maysville 1056, Gurley 1103, Pleasant Groves again 1120, and Scottsboro, if it holds together, we're looking at Scottsboro again at 1142. So one last update here on this debris potential. Not showing up. There we go. So far, it's not doing that. It's not showing us debris. But again, it took a while after it moved over Montesano, and the rotation doesn't look as well pronounced as the other storm did early on. So let's kind of expand the view here. We've got storms that are slowly approaching from the northwest, and these will move in. I don't think we're going to see a big explosion of these thunderstorms. We will watch that, but right now I think the atmosphere is really worked over. And just a quick look over here into Georgia. They're getting hit mainly with severe thunderstorms in North Georgia. So let's take a look at this storm that's now crossing and the river and moving up the mountain. We'll see what happens with this storm here. All clear in Scottsboro now. It's moved past, but again, we're still watching that storm to the west of you. And look what this is doing here. We've got two significant areas of circulation climbing the mountain. So Pisgah, you need to be seeking shelter. Rosel, seek shelter. If you live anywhere along the intersection here, Alabama 40 and Alabama Highway 71, seek shelter. All this wind energy is spreading out. It's increasing, and it's likely going to produce a tornado, I would say, as this crosses over. So again, moving towards Henniger and Dutton with a possible tornado with that circulation. So we're going to probably see this. At Dutton, I'd seek shelter in Dutton too, because we don't know exactly where the circulation, it could skip and drop south as this whole, if this is spinning at say 100 miles an hour in the upper levels of the atmosphere and it's forced to abruptly change that momentum, it could shift farther south. So seek shelter in Dutton here. Hollywood, this is east of you. This is east of Highway 72 now in Jackson County and continues to move to the east. I'm going to let Chelsea I'm going to take a sip of coffee here.
Yeah, Brad. So I want y'all to take our camera right now, please, because I think we just have spotted a large funnel cloud just east of downtown Huntsville. Watch when it lightnings.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's it.
Saw that.
That's what's moving over
Yeah,
Montesano.
that area that we are tracking. And some people are even saying 2 funnel clouds in the National Weather Service chat.
Yeah, I mean, there's those 2 little spots there that we've got, and there's 2 areas of rotation there. Nothing really surprises me right now.
And again, you can see those clouds lowering little by little and going over the exact same areas that they've been before. Once you get that pop of lightning, you get a pretty good vantage point.
I just got some text messages here. Let me check those, see what other reports we're getting. Okay.
Let's start in Madison while you're looking at the city of Huntsville right now. We're following up on some video that we received from our Storm Jackson photographer. You see a tractor out there, bulldozer, actually where trees are down in the city of Madison. Early reports we received was a tree on a house in Madison. We checked in with Madison Fire and Rescue, talked to Captain Dan Pickens. He said he is right now it's just north blockage with trees north of 72. But that is it right now. We heard from state troopers that roads were closed in northern Madison, the city of there, but we do not have any specifics about that right now. And I'm just getting word in from Huntsville Fire and Rescue from Dan Wilkerson, currently working 3 homes in Hampton Cove that have roof damage there in Hampton Cove at several locations, as well as a lot of power lines that are down. Again, that is in Hampton Cove.
We're trying to jump around throughout the valley because we know there is significant damage in certain areas. This is actually video that just came into us from downtown, the Old Town area. You can see the power of that wind just throwing the furniture, the porch furniture off, and you could just see everything go flying, and then that tree crashes down onto a car. This coming in from our friend Dr. Tim Howard.
That's probably a tornado.
So this is just a piece of what's happening in the Old Town area as well as 5 Points. A lot of spots around downtown have been hit. Trees on home. A tree fell on a home on Calhoun. This is in Old Town, and then a car got crushed on Calhoun. I think that's that same area in what we just saw. No injuries, which is the good thing. But 5 Points has a number of power lines down, a number of trees down, and we can clearly see that the downtown area got hit tonight.
Absolutely. Now, he lives just south of Pratt by the old East Clinton School, so that really is in the Old Town Twickenham area of Huntsville. So we need to check on that area, obviously, if you saw that there on camera.
Tim Lyon with Harvest Monrovia Fire reporting 2 lightning strikes to homes. One was in the Magnolia Springs subdivision. The other one, Stonegate subdivisions. Minimal damage, but no fire, just lightning strikes. So heavy lightning just passed through Monrovia, and we were talking about that earlier as well. Lightning is, we got 3 big dangers here outside of just the high wind. We've got tornadoes, we've got large hail, and a lot of lightning, and soon it's going to become the potential for flooding out there. So going to get back into both of these storms. The one that's the most ominous one right now is the one over here north of Dutton. We're going to see what's happened as this has moved. Again, you can see the other storm that's moving over Montesano down there in the far right picture. But we are seeing the circulation still very present here, and there's a possibility, again, just like the Huntsville tornado, there may be 2 circulations here near Dutton as well. So be seeking shelter in Pisgah, Dutton, all the way down Highway 71 here and County Road 22. Let's expand the view back out here. Let's give you an update here. East of Montesano, very high winds likely here in the Maysville area. So we may be tracking, based on that video, that was either a tornado or we do have that mesocyclone that's just out there with roaring wind, and it's possible that's moving into Ryland and Maysville as we speak. So be seeking shelter here. Stay hunkered down, right down Ryland Pike, Maysville Road, Winchester Road. You've got the State Fishing Lake up here. You got Buckhorn High School. Excuse me, I think this is going to say just south of Buckhorn High School, but again, we've got circulation, 2 circulations southwest of Brownsboro. You've got very high wind potentially producing damage near Ryland and Maysville. It's going to be south of Winchester Road, and we kind of tie in the radar. You see the disconnect here. This is what's so wild about this. This is all the same storm, but for some reason, we just don't see that whole break in there. So it's kind of wild. This reminds me of the tornado we had in January several years ago, where the tornado actually touched down on Redstone Arsenal, and it was totally disconnected from the main storm. So again, some of these, if you've ever seen that video, you get some of these rope tornadoes that come out, and they can go for several miles, and then the tornado touches down. So that's why we're not getting too street level specific on some of this, because it's just a wild storm here. Just south of Brownsboro, between there, again, you get this break in the heavy rain in and around Ryland. Let's turn the lightning back on. And most of the lightning, again, removed from this area of rotation here on the south side. So a very robust storm here continues up into southern middle Tennessee. Another storm that's starting to have that hook echo appearance to it. This is up here south of Winchester. It's south of Thames Ford Lake, and we'll likely say south there too, and east of Huntland. Back here northwest of Fayetteville. I'm just going to kind of get more of a extended view, because I know we have just as many viewers concerned with this storm here in eastern Madison County moving into Jackson County as we do over here with this storm moving through eastern Jackson County and into Madison County. I'm going to kind of go in and out on occasion just to see if everything, what all is happening. And to do that, probably really need to turn the lightning off, and we'll turn this velocity back on, and then we'll just kind of loop it, and we kind of compare both of those areas of circulation. Now here on the north side out in Harvest Monrovia, it looks like a downburst signature here. The winds are going in this direction instead of turning and spinning. That area is just near Meridianville with some high winds. So the storm moving towards Henniger, Still a very strong storm, potentially doing damage now as we speak. We continue to check in with the National Weather Service on those reports, but we are finally down to just 2 tornado warnings. The tornado warning has been chopped off here, so to speak, for areas of downtown Huntsville to the west. So no longer under the threat of the tornado there. And the circulation's not as well defined as it was earlier, and hopefully this will continue to fall apart. Hopefully this boundary has really just reinforced cooler air. But as this storm has been forced up Sand Mountain, it hasn't done the same thing that it did earlier as it moved up Montesano and then produced the tornado. Go over to storm relative velocity, not much changing there with that. But as it continues, and once it fully gets on top of Sand Mountain, we'll probably get a better idea of what's going to happen with that storm. As we do storm relative velocity, kind of come back in here to the Maysville area. Again, this whole storm is rotating. So this is just a nasty storm producing quite a bit of lightning. And of course, it's probably producing some hail, but hail really hasn't shown up a lot here in the last 30 minutes or so. So we'll go ahead and check that. Hail is going to show up in purple here unless I do the hail swath. So we'll take a look at the hail. You can see there's probably some smaller hail between Meridianville and Hazel Green with that area I just mentioned. Maysville may see nickel-size hail from this. And then you get down here east of Scottsboro with that storm, probably close to dimes or nickel-size hail with that too. And as I expand the view here, I'm just going to keep getting this view a little bit broader. What we're looking at is fewer and fewer of these purple blobs, so to speak, that represent hail. So that's a good sign down the road. As far as the hail swath, this is always a good indicator. Just look at the hail that this supercell has produced. A widespread swath of hail. Most of this is from this initial storm here that's just crossed. So there's going to be a lot of roof damage in some areas from the hailstorm. And I do caution you, make sure if you've got damage. Again, the other side of this is don't rush to get out there and clean up the damage. Some of you haven't used a chainsaw in years, and you get that adrenaline rush that you're going to try to get everything done in one day. A lot of times your community is going to come together. They're going to help you out with what you need. Again, use safety. Just climbing a ladder to get up on a roof, maybe to put a tarp on. Make sure you are exercising caution. We talk about this a lot at these weather conferences we go to. Sometimes some of the injuries and fatalities occur post-storm when that adrenaline's going and you're trying to get everything cleaned up all at once. So I want to just caution safety for you when it gets down to that. And the other thing, if you're without power, maybe you're without power for several days, use very good caution when it comes to using a generator. Never put that generator in your garage. That's going to be a carbon monoxide issue out there. Again, make sure you know what you're doing, or ask someone if you haven't never done that before. Especially if you're new to the area and you haven't even experienced severe weather, just be very careful. Again, if you get contractors, make sure they're licensed contractors, because after hailstorms, we get a lot of people from out of town that come in and they try to fix your roof, and then they leave town. So again, off my soapbox with that. I just wanted to pass that along while it was on my mind, because some of you, that's the first thing you're going to think about tomorrow is how am I going to clean up this damage. Always assume the power lines are still live as well. In some cases, we're going to have trees that go down and the gas lines are in the ground, and it'll pull those gas lines out. So if you smell the smell of sulfur, that's the smell they put in the natural gas to let you know there's a gas leak. So again, you'd want to call the fire department for that. Back here, this storm continues to kind of show some intensification at times. It's moving up Sand Mountain. It's pretty much right on top of it now. And as this moves east, we're still seeing this area of circulation. So we do have, again, concern here for possible tornado. This would be just to the south of Pisgah, but keep in mind, as we've been talking, it's possible it's just this large mesocyclone, and it's really starting to ramp up here. Take a look at that. That is the latest. So likely seeing damage here west of Henniger, and this is on County Road 22, County Road 382, Highway 40, and you get just south of 71, I believe. Yeah, it's just south of Highway 71. This is a strong indication that a tornado is forming in this area here. It's right up on top of Sand Mountain and will likely continue from Henniger near Sylvania. Get in your shelter. If you've been outside watching the lightning, stop. Get in your shelter, or if you don't have a shelter, get into what you call your shelter. You want to get indoors, get as many walls between you and the outside as you can. Stay away from the windows. You want to protect your head, anything you can to protect your head. Again, your head is the most vulnerable part of your body when it comes to what we call blunt force trauma. And that's what these tornadoes do. They will pick you up and throw you against the wall. So again, blunt force trauma is what we're concerned with. But as you get in those smaller rooms, as you get more walls between you and the tornado, you're lessening the chance of the highest wind giving you a direct impact. Again, the storms are moving slower than they usually do, 30, 35 miles per hour, so you're going to be in your shelter a little bit longer than normal. Let's go to Liz.
Can I ask you a question to hone in right now on Gurley? I'm getting a text from Madison County Fire from Heath Jones. From Tony, he says, fire units reporting a tornado on the ground near Highway 72 in Gurley, according to the Gurley Fire Department.
All right, let's get to Gurley. Again, you in Hennegert, you need to be in your shelter now.
And Brad, the National Weather Service is already planning to issue that warning downstream.
Okay, so heads up, if you do lose power over here, you may be without power. You can find us again on our streaming devices right there on your phone. This is why we tell you to make sure your phone is charged. So again, another area near Gurley, it's just wild how we're so used to being able to pinpoint exactly where the tornado is with the velocity. On this, you'd think it was up here towards Maysville and Brownsboro, but there's just so much wind circulating around here. The best view of this is going to be the reflectivity. So here it is, possible tornado here, and then again, they did report the tornado, right?
Right, this is probably on the Madison County Fire Loop, and
Okay.
he says the Gurley Fire Department reporting a tornado on the ground near 72
That's
in
it
Gurley.
right there. And this is moving right through Gurley, and this is going to be, you got Madison County Elementary out here as well. And let's zoom in a little bit closer, see where else we're going here. Wells Ford, Alabama Highway 65 as you get just north of 72. Again, another ridge coming through. This is just skipping through these ridges and valleys, and I really think that's having an impact on the overall circulation. The stronger circulation may actually be closer to the ground. So this is the tornado. And this is the kind of the oddity, so to speak, that we've been tracking. This is what moved through Huntsville, and we had the power flashes north of Walmart, Old Monrovia Road, I believe, and it just continued up Montesano. We had showed you the live video of that wall cloud. So let's continue on. Again, they've just extended the tornado warning. This is going to stay south of Pleasant Groves. Pleasant Groves is quiet. You can probably hear cicada out there tonight, right? Very quiet, very calm outside of any of these storms, but it may be hard to hear over all the lightning we've got. Let's update the lightning here. Again, the most intense lightning has been on the northern side of the circulation. That's been the situation all day long. So let's take a look. Here's our tornado right over Gurley, tracking east and a bit southeast, and guess what? Scottsboro, you're in the path of that one too. So we're going to have to watch another storm moving directly towards Scottsboro. Let me move this down here. So just before midnight, another storm coming in before midnight. You may be out cleaning up damage. We haven't had a lot of reports of damage, but sometimes those come in. The EOC is on emergency generator there in Scottsboro right now. But again, there's that storm. Lightning's really picking up south of Newmarket, south of Buckhorn High School. Very electrical right now. Again, that's going to be out, as I mentioned earlier, by the State Fishing Lake. Probably some large hail in here too. Boy, it's just intense.
And Brad, I think
Yes.
we have another tornado debris signature, a TDS on that storm moving right toward Henniger. I mean, it's really taken off, and the National Weather Service, they just put a considerable damage tag on this.
All right, this is what we're talking about. Strong tornado maybe heading towards Henniger as we speak. Velocity, yeah, this is just nasty. Again, we could have a strong tornado. We could see higher than EF2 tornado here with this storm. It's along Elliott Road, County Road 422. I believe that's what that was briefly that popped up. 422. This is the tornado. This is extremely dangerous, life-threatening tornado here along Elliott Road, Lacey's Road. You've got to get into your storm shelter. This is as bad as it gets in some cases, at least as far as today is gone. You've seen the videos we've had earlier today with this particular supercell, and it's at it again. It's producing another tornado here, and this one could be significant. We could see winds over 100 to 120 miles per hour in this storm here as it's climbed up Sand Mountain and it is really starting out. This is extremely dangerous from Henniger as you get down Lacey Road. Again, I urge you, seek shelter, hang on tight. This is moving in. It's going to do considerable damage as it moves in just to the southwest of Henniger. Let me put this track here and show you the proximity from Henniger. It is just 2.5 miles southwest of at least what we would consider the downtown area of the community here in Henniger. I'm going to turn the lightning off as well, and it's just wrapping up. This is a rapidly rotating supercell thunderstorm. Imminent damage here along Highway 40, County Road 142. I'm going to turn the image off here, and we're going to see what's in the path here. We've got Melton Road. There are communities, there are homes here. There is going to be damage. We've got mobile homes here. This mobile home park this is extremely dangerous here. Again, we've got a mobile home park and we've got a significant tornado moving in on Melton Drive. Hang on, folks, this is bad. It's coming in, and then we've also got other outbuildings and communities in here, but this is directly over. At least the circulation is directly over. I can't say for sure if the tornado is or not, but we've got mobile homes here. Let's see what's down the road. Down the road from this storm, here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put that shear rate back on, and we're going to see who else is in the path of this. I'm going to loop this, and we're going to turn the data off, and I'm going to give you a better visual on exactly what's going to be impacted here. Again, life-threatening situation here southwest of Henniger with an imminent tornado moving in. It's going down Legacy Road. What I want to do again, get the debris signature here.
There it is.
That's a huge debris. This is the biggest debris signature we've seen all day. This is going right through that mobile home park. This is horrible to think about what's going on right now. So again, this is why we're going to give advance warning down here, down the line. Going to take where that debris signature is. We're going to take a look at the shear rate again, and I'm going to loop this. And as it moves east, it's moving east, southeast. Let's take a look at what's in the path here. It doesn't get more dangerous than this, folks. So it's going to continue to move. We've got chicken houses here, it looks like. So again, these are all chicken houses here. And then we've got a community in here as well. So we got Pear Drive, Highway 40, some businesses here. This tornado's probably getting wider. This is one of those that could end up being like a half a mile to a mile wide kind of tornado situation. So we've got farms out here. You guys take shelter.
Brad, they're going to upgrade to a tornado emergency.
Tornado emergency. That's the high. We've got individual homes out here. Again, be seeking shelter. This is a life-threatening storm coming in, and it's showing no signs of weakening. It's getting larger with every sweep of the radar. Again, the worst of it's from Henniger to the south towards Elliott Road. Considerable damage is a likelihood with this. We already had that tornado debris signature that's the biggest debris signature we've seen all day today. Again, our hearts are with you here. If you are over here south of Henniger, as this continues to move to the east, this is going to eventually move towards Hammondville. Put a storm, I'm going to expand this out even more. Again, tornado emergency with this. This is imminent danger here with this storm as it's moving east of Henniger towards Valley Head. Valley Head, you need to seek shelter. If you live in a mobile home, you need to get out right now. Valley Head, it's going to be there around 11:27. Hammondville, 11:24. Mentone, 11:28. And Tryon at 12:05. Chelsea, I'll let you take over. I'm going to take a quick sip of coffee here.
Yeah, Brad, we're still watching this very, very dangerous situation. Some of our products show up more town names than the others, so I'm just going to go ahead and spitball several more town names in the path of this potentially catastrophic damaging tornado. So this would include Pea Ridge Crossroads. Make sure you are in your safe place. If you are hearing this, get in your safe place now. Biddle Crossroads, Townsend Crossroads. And just going down to a more street level, this is going to include County Road 126. If you hear me say your road, if you hear me say your community name, you need to get in a safe place now. Hilltop Road, Gwynn Road, Valley Road, portions of Gorge Road, I believe, County Road 1998. I mean, this is a very large, a very dangerous tornado. The National Weather Service in Huntsville has upgraded this to a tornado emergency, so you need to, again, take cover, hunker down, and stay there as long as possible. Back to you, Brad.
Yeah, earlier that storm, we've got damage to unclaimed baggage there off Highway 35 in Scottsboro, roof damage, doors and a sign. This tornado debris signature is showing up 18,000 feet into the atmosphere. So we're going to continue to track that. Plus debris is going to be tracking out of that storm. So again, this is a large, dangerous tornado tracking near Hammondville, Valley Head, and the exit off of 159. If you get any chance to broadcast us on any radio station over there, we need to get this information out for people on I-59. Again, this will be exit 231, Alabama Highway 40. So again, this is an imminent tornado approaching I-59, a heavily traveled area, approaching Hammondville right around 11:24. So you're going to see the lightning. Again, if you're driving in this area, you just need to stop and you need to pull over. You can also find us, again, if you're listening to us simulcast on the radio station, you can go to WAFF.com and you'll be able to find our coverage. We're WAFF on Facebook as well. You'll be able to find us there. Again, we want to make sure if you're on the road, you're in imminent danger from this potentially catastrophic tornado that is on the ground southeast of Henniger, moving east-southeast. This storm has a history of damage, and it's likely doing damage right now as we speak. So here's another look as we get in closer, right along Alabama Highway 40. We've got, again, a lot of chicken houses in here. There's going to be a lot of damage. We've got a lot of farmhouses in here. And what I'm doing is just showing you the people that are in imminent danger here, and you may actually be able to identify the area. So there are several communities, several homes in the path of this tornado that is moving east and a bit southeast here, and now southeast of Henniger. So if you can still get our broadcast in Henniger, this storm is now on the east side. Now I don't really want to speak of all of Henniger, because some of you may live 5 miles, 10 miles from Henniger and consider yourself in Henniger. So again, I don't want to get tied up with specific points of reference here. So east of Alabama Highway 75 is the worst of it now. We're starting to see a little bit less here now showing up on the shear rate, but we've had a potentially violent tornado touch down, and we're starting to see some of this separate just a little bit, but some of this could be an artifact of it's getting farther away from the radar as well. Velocity continues to show a high indication of a significant tornado, again along Highway 42, approaching Gorge Road, Hilltop Road, and it's going to be down County Road 143 over to County Road 114, and at this rate it is going to be at I-59 probably around 11:20 this evening. Significant lightning going on with this storm as well. So once again, there's another tornado warned storm behind here. We've got another tornado potentially on the ground here with the Pleasant Groves area, and I'll take the lightning off. So again, we'll get back to that storm, but we've had a tornado reported with this storm near Gurley just about 15-20 minutes ago, and in all likelihood there's still a tornado skipping with this storm. It's probably here on the southern edge. Kind of a wild looking storm. It's possible we've got one northwest here and then one here on the southern flank. So again, there's a possible tornado that continues that's once again moving towards Limrock, and that's where this other tornado touched down. It was Limrock. So it's coming through the same areas. The worst of the storm right now, though, clearly is over here east-southeast of Henniger, northeast of Sylvania. If you're in Rainsville, this is going to stay well south. I know you're probably, again, having flashbacks to April 27th here in Rainsville with this storm, the way it's just fired up. This is staying well north of you. You may get some of this outflow boundary coming in from the south. The winds are probably picking up a bit in Fort Payne and Valley Head, and you're seeing a tremendous lightning show up here off to your north and west. But the tornado is well north of you. But again, they may be needing emergency crews from all across the area. We're going to have to wait and get emergency crews. It may take a while to get word out of Henniger as this storm has moved through. Again, we're in constant communication with the Jackson County EMA. It is likely we've had significant damage though, and in this case, those reports usually come in about 15 to 20 minutes or so after the storm. This is why you need to have multiple ways to get warnings, because there's another storm. So let's say the power's out here. Let's say your Wi-Fi's out here. There's another storm coming in from the west, so we're going to keep you up to date on that. So multiple ways to receive weather warnings. So as we continue to move in, we still have the threat for a significant tornado on the ground right now. Take a look at the debris signature. We'll take a look at the path here and see what we've been looking at. It still has the debris signature there. It kind of fluctuates a bit. So with this, I do also want to point out that this storm, if it has definitely done structure damage, we're going to have boards probably falling out of the sky as probably as far as 20, maybe 30 miles away, since this debris signature, this debris, what this storm picked it up at least 18,000 feet in the air, and some of that's being blown off to the north. So if you're able to watch us, maybe your simulcast in Georgia, it's possible you're going to see tornado debris from this Henniger storm fall up towards Chickamauga, Trenton, over here towards Lafayette. And again, this may just come out of nowhere because the tornado has picked up and done incredible damage, most likely. Again, I'm basing this on the history of this area, what I've seen over 28 years. When you see a tornado signature like that, you know it's dangerous. In fact, it just had a donut hole in the radar data. See that? It was just spinning up. It had a debris ball, and that's where the old school radar technology showed that you had a debris ball. So again, we were having those on that significant day back April 27th, 2011. So this is a similar storm. I'm not saying the other one's going to be, but this is life-threatening situation here with this storm. Again, moving towards Hammondville, it's probably going to be very close to Hammondville and Valley Head. Once again, if you're listening to our simulcast on the radio, if you're on Interstate 59, the storm right now, the dangerous part of the tornado is going to be 4 miles now. It's 4 miles to the west of I-59, and it is tracking to the northeast. So I'm sure officers are out there and they're blocking traffic from this. That's usually what happens here, because this shouldn't come as any surprise, because this has been going on for a while. I'm going to get down here, take a look at some other areas along the interstate that might have a better reference point here, but I don't have. Again, this is going to be, again, you want to stay away from the exit to Hammondville. You want to stop. I mean, it's going to move into Hammondville here real soon. So if you're in Fort Payne, let's talk about how far northeast of Fort Payne this is. Again, I'm trying to give you drivers on the interstate some information here. As we get north of Fort Payne, this is going to intersect the interstate about 8 miles north of Fort Payne. So you may want to think about how far maybe you just gassed up in Fort Payne. Maybe it's been 6 minutes. And you're probably like, it's not raining at all. You got a clear view of this tornado when the lightning flashes, and it's crossing I-59 here in just a matter of minutes. So we're talking probably 8 minutes. It's going to hit Hammondville. It's going to hit Mentone. Again, you have another shift as you go up Lookout Mountain here with this storm as it's coming in. Hammondville, hang on. It's coming in. Be in your safe spot right now. And again, don't get in your car and try to outrun this. It's time has come to stay put, because this could spin off another tornado to the south. There's the latest update here. I continue to see an increase here. It's just west of County Road. I believe that's going to be, Highway 40 snakes around a lot. So this is really mountainous terrain here around County Road 665, County Road 120. Again, a lot of homes in the path, but then you get even more populated area here as you get into Hammondville. So right now in Hammondville, it's not raining at all. This, again, we've talked about this all day. This is the calm before the storm. In this case, that calm is going to last maybe 5 to 10 minutes. You're going to hear the roar. It's going to be very loud. It's going to sound like a jet engine if this is still on the ground. It's potentially a very large tornado at this point in time. So again, heed the warning. Hammondville, Valley Head, and Mentone. Do we have any other information?
Brad, we already are getting reports of major damage on Alabama 75 at Lacey Road in Henniger, and potentially this tornado is right near Henniger School. So please, if you are hearing this, get in your safe place immediately. Brad just mentioned not too long ago that it usually takes 15 to 20 minutes to get those damage reports in. I mean, and they are starting to roll in. Major damage reported again on Alabama 75 at Lacey Road in Henniger. This will continue to track eastward 35 miles per hour. It will cross over I-20/59 any minute now. Like Brad mentioned, if you live in Hammondville, if you live in Henniger, if you live in Mentone, please stay in your shelter. Make sure you are protecting your head. You can use a helmet, you can use a mattress, you can use whatever you have. You just want to keep that part of your body protected because, again, Brad was discussing that is typically where we see blunt force trauma during these events. And again, this is a very large and dangerous tornado heading towards portions of, again, Jackson County and DeKalb County, excuse me, not Jackson County, DeKalb County in the next 5 to 10 minutes.
Yeah, again, we're going to get more and more reports of significant damage. This tornado's probably been on the ground for about 10 miles. In fact, I can actually show you that. So the tornado probably touched down just to the southwest of Henniger, and basically here. And it's been on the ground for at least, I'd say, 10 miles or so. Again, it violently started spinning about 10 minutes or so after it climbed up Sand Mountain. And we talked about how that was likely going to happen, and in fact, it happened, unfortunately. Hopefully, we were able to give some in the path that warning, an advanced warning, and letting them know, again, tracking this dangerous tornado right now about to cross I-59, continues to show signs of strong rotation. This is a violent storm here. Hammondville, especially the north side, are going to take the brunt of this storm as it comes through US Highway 11, County Road 751, and then eventually Mentone. Again, the elevation continues to climb in these areas, so you're getting closer and closer to the higher winds in this tornado. So that increases the damage potential. Shear rate may be down just a little bit. It's still there though. And let me loop this for you. And you can kind of see the general idea overall. This has been rotating for a long time. And again, this is just as dangerous as it gets when you're tracking tornadoes. The worst of this now on the north side of Hammondville. Riverdale, it's going to be close. Mentone, still very close here. Valley Head, you need to be staying in your shelter in case this all of a sudden decides it's going to kind of go through a cycle and another tornado is going to develop on the southern flank of this storm. So let's see who's in the path here as we get in. Again, a lot of homes here as you get off. This is Road 9049, US Highway 11, County Road 759. We've got houses, we've got people living here in danger all across the area north of Hammondville and even in Hammondville proper. So again, a dangerous storm now moving over Interstate 59 about 5 miles north, 5 miles south of Hammondville. You need to have all traffic stopped in those areas because there's probably debris falling out ahead of this, as I mentioned earlier. Maybe in Battle, we're seeing some debris there as well. The storm, the rotation coming down just a little bit. So again, these tornadoes have to breathe somewhat. They'll go through this phase where they get really strong and then they'll kind of relax a little bit and then they intensify again. And some of that has to do with the terrain over here, and that terrain gets a little steeper. You're getting more into the Lookout Mountain from Sand Mountain point of view here, and you can kind of see the colors not as ominous here. So hopefully we're seeing this tornado settle down a bit and not be as angry, so to speak. Let's take a look farther to the west here. Again, the secondary area of tornado. We've got two areas of rotation, one in around Pleasant Groves. You should be in your shelter in Pleasant Groves, and then the other one just southeast of Pleasant Groves. This is going to move in on the north side of Scottsboro, where we have already had damage from the previous storm, which may have been a tornado, but then again, it may have been, just the mesocyclone. Again, we kind of get lost in the whole focus of just tracking tornadoes. There's a lot going on with these storms as they move through the area. So we'll take a look here at the velocity, take the velocity off, I should say. Again, this storm still powerful, probably still got a lot of lightning. Yeah, There's still a lot of lightning, so the danger's not over yet in Scottsboro. However, after this storm, it's possible we're going to get a big break, and maybe we're just going to get a lot of heavy rain later tonight. Again, this is the part of the storm system that just kind of all of a sudden today flared up. The model guidance was kind of all over the place with what was going to happen, and then all of a sudden all the models started agreeing on this solution of supercells in North Alabama this afternoon, and that's why we went with the first alert weather day. We just went straight to it, and that continues through the overnight hours until these storms are gone. What we're seeing here in Pleasant Groves, it's a little bit different than what we were seeing with previous storms, is there's more lightning coming out of the secondary circulation. So that indicates there's still a strong updraft in this storm. And you notice the same thing. It's got this rear flank downdraft, this outflow boundary kind of right in here north of Woodville. If you're in Woodville, you probably got a wind gust out of the north around 20 miles per hour. And that's going to happen in Aspel here at probably about 15 minutes. Scottsboro. This warning has not been extended for you yet, I don't believe. Let me check it out. No. So they have not continued this tornado warning for Scottsboro, but something tells me they're going to, especially based on past performance of this storm here that's now crossing I-59, very close again to Valley Head. It's moving into Hammondville now. So we're going to get back to that storm moving into Scottsboro. Again, heads up, your weather radio, our 48 First Alert weather app, if you've got that's probably going to be going off. And again, you can remind people in Jackson County, they can find us streaming coverage, giving them the broadcast information that you need on WFF.com and also on the WFF 48 Facebook page. And I believe we're probably streaming on our YouTube page as well, so give that a like. Let's take a look down here towards Hammondville. The lightning continues to be very intense, and I'm sure rescue operations are probably going on in Henniger as we speak. The lightning, again, that's the other thing that makes this difficult for first responders, is there's another storm moving in. So that information, and if there's any injuries, it's critical they get to them now. And some of these roads are probably blocked with trees, because you've been seeing as we go satellite imagery how many trees there are in these areas. So that's the other thing to consider, especially when you live in a rural area. The emergency crews may not be able to get to you as quickly as you might normally think, because the roads may be blocked and you can't get a helicopter out in this weather for air evac. So again, all sorts of things you need to consider when it comes to severe weather. Let me turn this lightning off here once again. We've got the storm, possible tornado right over Hammondville and moving towards Mentone. So I think you're going to get a break here right in Valley Head. Again, we're marking points here. If you live in Valley Head, sometimes, again, if you may consider yourself, hey, I live in Valley Head, but you may be 5 miles from this specific point. So if you consider yourself a resident of Valley Head, you need to stay in your shelter. Hammondville, same thing, and same thing with Mentone, as this will continue to come in. Again, this is where we get towards Cloudmont, the ski resort there. You climb up in elevation, just a beautiful view here. So that climb in elevation up Lookout Mountain is likely going to change the structure of this storm one more time. So it's possible it could intensify again as it's forced. Every time the geography has forced this storm to make a move, it has responded angrily, so to speak. It has not cooperated. It has intensified, and in this case it intensified rapidly after it moved east of Scottsboro. So velocity update here, still a mesocyclone here. The circulation is not as tight. We probably don't have the debris signature showing up anymore with this. Again, it's getting a little cluttered here, but given the history of this storm could produce a tornado from here all the way to the Georgia state line, and I would imagine they're pre-warning, over here in Georgia, they're pre-warning this storm for the history of the tornado and the uncertainty of what this is going to be doing once it moves through Valley Head. Again, if you're over here watching our broadcast, again, we can reach numbers of people here on our CTV network as well, all digital. Somerville, Tryon, up to Lafayette, Menlo, over here in Georgia. Again, here's the state line. This is probably going to stay north of you, but yesterday we had a similar storm. It cycled through and got stronger once it crossed the Georgia state line, and it's very possible it's because it's climbing up Lookout Mountain. So again, we got Sand Mountain magic. We probably got a little Lookout Mountain magic here too, but unfortunately we've got a damaging thunderstorm here that's continuing to tear across parts of DeKalb County and on into northwest Georgia. So back here to this other storm moving into Scottsboro, they still have not extended the tornado warning. I would expect something similar, or a heavily worded severe thunderstorm warning for that storm. The possible tornado here with this storm, and again, it's had a history of producing tornadoes, especially in and around Gurley. That was one of our last reports. But this is going to be right at 6 miles now due west of Scottsboro. The storm's moving east at 35 miles per hour. I do anticipate another tornado warning or a severe thunderstorm warning that says tornado possible with that. So you're going to be thinking about taking your precautions again in Scottsboro. Hollywood, the same old thing. You're probably going to see a lot of lightning, very heavy rain, and the potential for hail. Pleasant Groves, it looks like the danger is now passing east of you. You can get out of your storm shelter there. Gurley, Woodville, you're all clear for now. And having all clear, it's not all clear for the rest of the night. There are still storms that are developing off to the northwest, but there's nothing really severe out here. And let's check on the polygons out here to the west. And it's gotten very quiet in Arkansas. Still a lot of lightning strikes. There are thunderstorms here, but again, I want to update you in the shoals. There's still a possibility of some severe thunderstorms later tonight, but that possibility is getting lower, or at least the timing may be getting lower as well, because we may see those more after 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. I haven't been able to look at the latest model guidance for that. But we continue on this boundary that continues over here north of Calhoun and Dalton, Georgia, to Lafayette. I'm not sure how they say that in Georgia, but it looks like Lafayette. But again, it could be Lafayette too. I don't know how they pronounce that in some other areas. The storm here in Hammondville is starting to wrap back up again. So again,
and Brad, as you mentioned that, we have been talking how that area of circulation, that rotational couplet, starting to weaken. When I say just a bit, literally just a bit. The National Weather Service still has a considerable damage tag on this storm that is moving through far eastern DeKalb County. Again, it's just about to cross over the state line into Georgia, but please still treat this again as a very dangerous confirmed storm. We do have the history of damage with this storm, and also just because Brad mentions you are in the clear, please do not venture out at all. We are getting several damage reports that are continuing to flood in. We're hearing 423 West Laurel. A caller says the Bungie Company natural gas leak in Scottsboro right now. So again, these are going to be dangerous conditions. We have several trees down across the area. Structure damage, this is going to be on County Road 422 and also County Road 162 in Pisgah. And there's going to be a lot more damage reports that come in as we head throughout the rest of the evening, overnight, and into tomorrow morning. And again, we are tracking the possibility of more storms overnight through tomorrow morning. We're tracking the possibility of an extreme flash flooding threat as well once all of these storms weaken, and essentially we just get very heavy rainmakers. So you shouldn't be on the roads at all. Make sure you are staying at home in your residence and you are staying safe. There is going to be a lot of power lines potentially on the roadways as well, live power lines. And again, we want to make sure that you are in your home and you are staying safe and you are not out there on the roads.
You just mentioned Chelsea County Road 422, and you have official confirmation there, but we are getting viewers mentioning to us that County Road 422 in Pisgah has trees on homes and people actually injured, trapped inside their homes. This is from viewers, not officials, but our viewers are telling us that there are trees on homes along that County Road 422 and people injured there as well. We're also hearing again from viewers that Willow Street in Scottsboro got rocked with the roof of the old unclaimed baggage building,
which is across the street,
crumbled. So there's that.
Willow Street, a really busy thoroughfare.
Yeah, we were tracking that right through Willow Street. Yeah, and that's the thing is some of these rural communities, that's the first report you're going to get is from the viewers, and that's what helps us about social media, that helps us. And that's also the importance of, you know, getting that broadband internet expanded into all these rural communities. Not only do they get the reports out, but it helps get the warnings out too. So again, that's when we talk about some of those things in the newscast, we talk about, you know, the bills for broadband. It's very important, especially for these rural areas. When we live in these big cities, you know, we don't have Wi-Fi problems at all most of the time, but it's a completely different story when you get out here in the rural areas. And we're going to go over some of those reports here in just a second. We'll go back in and show you exactly where on the mapping. We'll kind of talk back and forth as we get there. But we continue to track this possible tornado near Mentone. It's along County Road 648. We've got County Road 89 in there as well. If you're in Hammondville, at least, again, I want to stress, I don't want to clear Hammondville yet because you may live closer to Mentone and consider yourself in Hammondville and think you're okay. So probably 10 more minutes there. I'm going to take a look at the latest velocity data here.
And Brad, you can continue with that, but I just wanted to let you know that they did extend that warning downstream from the Pleasant Groves area. This is going to include Scottsboro all the way back down to Dutton, Sylvania, Henniger, Penska, and also Hollywood, as that area of rotation does continue across portions of Jackson County and potentially back into DeKalb County.
This is coming right down Willow Street again. So again, this is what we had just mentioned, the old unclaimed baggage store on Willow Street, and this is moving right through, and maybe just a little farther north, maybe towards County Road 321. So be in your shelter in Scottsboro. They continue the tornado warning downstream for this, and man, you're right on the edge too. Hollywood, we're going to watch for some high winds potentially in those areas, and this is another storm that it appears disorganized on radar, but we know better because a storm that moved through and eventually produced that significant tornado there in DeKalb County. These storms, they're hiding their cards, so to speak. So again, it's not the quick, easy pick-me. Usually you'll get like a tornado and it's like, I'm just right here. You got to look and analyze the data, and we can't just specifically do one point here in this. So we've got a potential for a tornado and damaging winds. So again, it may be the mesocyclone. Again, that's what makes the tornado. It's possible the mesocyclone's completely on the ground, which is another potential that we don't see the whole mesocyclone, and the rotation's really close to the ground, because when you're looking at radar, it's above the ground, so it can't see exactly what's going on the ground. So this is a dangerous storm in Scottsboro. We're likely going to have the power out. There's probably been power out from the previous storm here, but Scottsboro, be seeking shelter. It's going to be probably south of Hollywood as this comes down Ridgedale Road. We've got County Road 321 between there and Willow Road, and really all the way down to Highway 72. I should say Willow Street there. We've got West and East Willow Street. East Willow Street kind of gets a little bit more elevation as you go on the northeast side of town. So again, we have that there. Let's take a look at the shear rate. It's been a really good product to use, and you see how the shear rate, it's fairly excited here. So again, Scottsboro, anywhere within this green and red is where we have damage potentially going on right now with this storm. Maybe a tornado, maybe actually the full mesocyclone. If it's the mesocyclone, it's a lot wider area of damage than just that single tornado there moving into Scottsboro. And as we go back over here.
And Brad, even if you put it on reflectivity too, you see that fish hook look coming back to that storm that you were talking about moving through Scottsboro.
Okay, this storm's about out of the state, but you see how what we were talking about earlier, it's going up Lookout Mountain, and it's been forced to change again, and we've seen this time and time again. This storm, if you're over in Georgia, again, this is potential life-threatening storm here as it continues to move. Again, this circulation is now northeast of Hammondville and Mentone. Be very careful if you're venturing out. There's probably trees, power lines down. There may be structural damage there. We know there's structural damage with the storm previously. So here, again, this is a classic example of most likely a mesocyclone, possible tornado moving through the whole city, especially the north side. So if you didn't have damage with the previous storm and you're on the north side, you're maybe seeing damage here from this storm now. And let's put a long track here. Again, I want to really emphasize long storm tracks, especially as this moves once again. And as you were mentioning, Chelsea, I'll go to the, oh golly, yeah.
Big fish hook.
Yeah, we've
Huge.
got a likely tornado spinning up rapidly in Scottsboro. Damage probably imminent here in Scottsboro, especially the north side of Scottsboro. You need to be seeking shelter right now if you haven't already. Again, I want to change the tone of my voice because a lot of times you follow your procedures based on the tone of the meteorologist you're watching, and I'm telling you now, this is becoming a very dangerous storm and potentially significant damage in Scottsboro. We're going to find out, though. Again, some of you are without power. anytime you see this signature here, it's classic. Tornado is forming, or there's a mesocyclone completely on the ground with this storm. It's approaching Tupelo Road. Let's see storm relative velocity, see what that's doing. See, it just keeps fluctuating. And again, I think we've got a tornado on the ground potentially there in Scottsboro. We're going to have to, we'll confirm that with the correlation coefficient here in just a second. Take a look at the debris. There's the tornado warning. Again, that goes until 12:15. Right now, it is 11:40. And what I want to do is turn this warning off so it doesn't block the view here. We're looking at debris signature. This will be an indication. It's possible this may be a subtle debris signature. Let me loop that. Again, you should be in your shelter in Scottsboro right now. Nothing definitive there, but this storm's definitely spinning up right over Scottsboro. Storm relative velocity, yeah, this is a significant rotation. It's rotating violently here on the north side of Scottsboro. And even though the rotation shows up here, as I've been mentioning, the tornado could be a few miles south of this location or east of this location, or even north of that location for that matter. Let's see what shear rate's doing. I bet it's really picking back up. So this is the shear rate. This is basically the clear way to wipe away all the rain and everything and just specifically get in and talk about where the dangerous winds and the twisting winds are. This is going to be closer to Hollywood, south of there, Bellefonte, and Scottsboro. Again, Willow Street, East Willow Street, same path, maybe just a couple of blocks or two north of where we have that. Liz, do you have anything to add?
I do. I've just been talking to Scottsboro Mayor Jim McCamey. He tells me roof damage, as Margot said, across the street from unclaimed baggage. There is sheet metal wrapped around the poles there. He cannot confirm a gas leak. He cannot confirm that. Also talking to Jackson County Sheriff Rocky Harnan. Rocky says he has dispatched deputies out to that trailer park, Chelsea, you were talking about in Henniger, right there on the Jackson-DeKalb County line. Says the roads are so bad we can't get there yet. I'll give you an update as soon as I have units on the ground there. So that is very telling right there. Don't have eyes on anything yet. County Road 422, according to one of his deputies. A lot of damage around 422. That according to Jackson County Sheriff Rocky Harnan.
Yeah, these are some of the same areas we were talking about when the storm was coming through. So again, hopefully they can get to those people. They're probably out there hurting right now. Again, you can't get a helicopter in there just because of the active storms. There's another storm coming through.
Trees are down, can't get ambulance in or deputies to assess. Tough.
And again, it's these same
situation.
areas over and over and over and over.
Yeah. So let's get in here to Henniger, and we'll kind of point out some of these roads here, what you're talking about. If you can kind of repeat some of those. I know 442 was one we were talking about.
That's where the trailer park is.
Okay, let's get back in here. I think.
Because you pointed out the trailer park.
Yeah, I did.
In between the chicken houses.
Right. Let's see here. We got Highway 75. Well, actually, I'll just go back, and I can't take the data that far. I think it only goes back about 15 minutes. But perhaps it was, yeah, here it is, right here. So we've got Highway 40. This is where the trailer park is. We've got Highway 40, County Road 443, and we've got Melton Road. So it's all, again, this is the trailer park that this tornado moved through earlier. And you can see we've got it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Got roughly 20 mobile homes in that area.
And look at all the trees.
Yeah, and all these trees, especially this road here, the trees are just covering the road completely, even a highway. So what's likely happened is this Highway 40 is probably covered with trees, and there's all sorts of trees in and around this mobile home park. Again, that's the thing about mobile homes is trees. If you have big trees next to your mobile home, it only takes severe winds to come through and knock some of those down. So there's a number of areas where you're going to have trees covering the highway. So again, just a sad situation there. Hopefully they can get in there as quickly as possible. Again, I'm sure a lot of rescue crews are out there in full force.
He does say, Rocky did say, I am confirming that we do have injuries on County Road 422.
Okay.
That now confirming what the viewers told us already.
Yeah. Okay, back here to this storm here, north side of Scottsboro. The storm's moving away from you, but I do want to give that extended warning here for the emergency crews that are on their way to Henniger. And again, it's hard to cut these trees down when you got another storm coming in, but the rain has stopped there in Henniger. But what concerns me is this storm in Scottsboro just continues to cycle through, and it's getting ready to climb up Sand Mountain. So we may see the very same thing happen, especially since this storm here looks worse than this storm that went through Henniger looked at this same point in time. So we're going to see what happens as this moves up Sand Mountain, moves along that bluff. If you're in section, it's still going to be north of you. Excuse me. If you're in Dutton, we're going to keep a close eye because this may slip to the, just as I mentioned the last time, when you force this very strong rotation to move with this mountain it has to climb, even if it's only, say, 500 or 1,000 feet, it is going to cause it to change, and it could sling that rotation to the south, and we could get the tornado spin up on the south side. So you're under a tornado warning in Dutton. You need to be seeking shelter from this storm. The farther north you are from Dutton, the more you are in danger. Here's the south edge of that storm. Again, this may be, if it tracks east, southeast, it may be a little bit closer to Sylvania. So Valley Head, you're in here again. Henniger, in fact, it's probably going to be there just a little bit sooner. Let me delete that storm track because I think I only went like 19 miles an hour with that. I think this is moving closer to at least 30 miles an hour. Again, this is more of a, I want to get Henniger back in here too. I mean, your power's probably out in Henniger, but you may be on your phone watching us. You may have had a real close call with that storm coming in. This is the path of this storm here. Going to go about 20, we'll go 36 miles. This will give you even bigger heads up here. Again, Pisgah around 11:53. Current time is 11:47. So Pisgah, you're on the northern edge of this. Dutton, 11:55. Henniger, 12:03. Hammondville, 12:21. Mentone, 12:24. Valley Head, 12:24 as well. Again, that's down the road. That previous tornado warning storm is now in Georgia, but this storm here is starting to change as it's moving up Sand Mountain. It's crossing the Tennessee River, the northern side of Lake Gunnersville. So what we'll watch for, same thing's going to happen. We're probably going to see this velocity pattern, see how it kind of goes away. We're probably going to see this area pick up in red, like the pink area, and then there's going to be a secondary pink area. We'll see if that happens. That's exactly what happened to the last storm. So it's it's reorganizing here. Hopefully it'll just fall apart, right? For the sake of folks in Henniger, Dutton, and Sylvania, let's hope it falls apart. We got a secondary circulation here.
I was about to say, Brad,
side.
It is hard to, like you've been mentioning, tell where exactly these tornadoes are touching down. But if you go to the CC, the correlation coefficient, a minute ago there was just a blimp towards south of Hollywood there.
Okay, Weather Service, DeKalb County, the storm is about 20 minutes from Henniger. So again, that's for emergency crews out there. They're going to want to seek shelter. Again, yeah, you're right. It's split up into two different circulations here. East of Hollywood, so Scottsboro, you're all clear now. But you get just to the, I think we've got Rosel in here somewhere. Yeah, there's Pisgah, Rosel. That secondary circulation may be going towards Rosel. You're in the northern part. See what I mean? As it's forced to climb, it's now east of the river, climbing the bluff. So we're in that stage where all these colors are all of a sudden probably going to change. They're probably going to get brighter. It's possible, yeah, see that? We've got three circulations now as this is moving up the mountain. So this is crazy stuff here. It's fluid dynamics, basically. You're forcing all this circulation. In some cases, it may be bursting out into three circulations. So again, three possible tornado circulations now in that storm. One is headed directly towards Pisgah and Rosel. So you need to be seeking shelter, Pisgah and Rosel. I'll tell you right now, it's not as bad as the previous storm yet, but I'm here to let you know. I'll update you. I know some of you are hanging on every word that we have to say. So if anything, the circulation's picking up right now right over the river with that secondary circulation. And that's going to take it very close to Pisgah. And as I mentioned earlier, I don't really want to specifically pinpoint some of these areas in these rural areas. You may live 10 miles from Pisgah and say, I live in Pisgah. So again, I've got to train myself the same way, can't just go on a single point on a map. But that's the highest population center right there where you see the word Pisgah. However, some of you may live south of town and say, I live in Pisgah. I want to quantify that as we go through this, especially when we start clearing people out. So I'm going to zoom out just a little bit. I'm going to take a look and see what the structure looks like here. And right now, the rotation inside the storm here, the heart of the storm, so to speak, where the main updraft is, continues to be intact. That's where we have the hail, probably just to the east of Hollywood. The tornadic circulation is now just north of Dutton, and of course, as we've mentioned, there's multiple circulations going on within this thunderstorm here as it continues to move to the east. So let's take a look at storm relative velocity and see if this changes. So far, so good. It's not going violent on us right now. So hopefully this will be the last one you have to deal with tonight. The previous storm continues to move into Georgia. It's weakening, but nonetheless still tornado warned for that storm. Let's take a look at the lightning, because sometimes when the lightning really starts to drop off, that's an indication that the storm is maybe weakening. Of course, we'd also look at storm tops too, but we're not going to get that specific here. The lightning continues to be very intense on the northern side, so in the heart of this storm where it's rotating in the mid-levels. And occasionally, you know, when it starts to tornado, you get the lightning here down towards where the vortex is going to be. So the storm continues to move towards Henniger and Sylvania. We're likely seeing wind damage. It's possible that mesocyclone is back on the ground, right? And again, especially as you're closer to the higher winds here within this storm. I'm going to zoom out here. We're going to talk about what's going on elsewhere, and just keep you up to date up here in southern parts of Tennessee. They just continue. Columbia, east of Columbia, had the first tornado, at least close to our area, earlier today. There's still some big thunderstorms back here near Paragould, west of Memphis, and we've got areas near Paducah. So there's still thunderstorms, and they're still severe. They're still producing a lot of lightning, and the timing on this would probably be, I would say, probably around midnight tonight. Let's go to Liz and Margot right now for another report.
Earlier on tonight, Brad, we reported that there was damage in the Brigadoon area of Limestone County. That's off Shaw, Snake Road, over by Browns Ferry Nuclear Power Plant.
We've seen videos come in, and we sent our crew in that direction, and I believe Daquan Lee is on the scene right now. Daquan, if you can hear us, can you update us on where you are and what you're seeing?
So like you ladies said, I'm here on Brigadoon Drive. Just coming into the neighborhood where I am, the damage is very apparent. In fact, this is just off of Brigadoon Road. In fact, this is off of St. Jackson Drive, and this house behind me, I'm not sure if you can see it from my camera itself, but the roof of this home torn off on the right-hand side, and a lot of it is on the ground right in front of me. This part right here that you can see, this is a part of the roof pulled down from the storm damage that we were casting earlier. A lot of it is all over the ground over here. In fact, I'm going to take a second and kind of move you slowly to my left and get a picture of everything that has gone on out here. Now, it's just me, so give me a second to kind of work through the equipment that I have with me, kind of let the light direct me to where I am, because the more I pan, the more you might be shocked about what kind of damage we've seen through this storm. So I'm going to look to the right here, and I'm kind of zooming in as I go. These are all pieces of the roof that have all fallen off because of this storm. Again, this is in the Brigadoon area. If you're in this subdivision, man, it's God bless them, because this has been tremendous. In fact, you can even see some of the damage on this trailer right here. And if I pan a little bit further to the right, it's gonna shock you, because, well,
Back out, Daquan, back out so we can
I'll
see
just
what
have to
you
let
see.
And
yeah,
did I see
you gotta remember,
power
I'm just
at
me, so
one
I'm
home?
moving the light.
Right.
There you go.
Okay, we see it.
Say
now.
again?
We see power on. Is the family
Yeah, this
inside
is the
that home?
tree. No, I actually haven't seen anybody. As a matter of fact, I saw two people walking down the street, obviously trying to survey the damage, but this is the most apparent damage that I've seen. Again, this is on St. Andrews Drive in the Brigadoon area. Of course, This home has suffered a lot of damage to it. I'm going to kind of direct you here with the light,
See it
kid. I'm
with
going
your light,
to take it
yes.
off and kind of go as I go. So this is everything that I've seen to this point. You can kind of see the tree damage down below where that home is. I'm assuming it wasn't there before I got here, but it's there now, and there's a lot more. As a matter of fact, as I entered the neighborhood, there was so much damage. You can see bricks toppled down. In fact, it was so apparent, the damage. The trees that I saw as I was entering, even in the dark, you can tell they were snapped. Police obviously on the scene, they allowed me to come through gracefully and kind of look at what has gone on to this point. Again, I'm going to actually point to the top. You can see it right now. That home, that roof is gone. And what's left of it is either right here in front of you or a little to the right.
In the
And a
other
lot of the
neighbor's yard.
damage is just brutal. There's a lot. Oh yeah, this is in their yard. This is in their yard.
And that's just one house. How
wanted to
extensive
ask
is
for permission,
this?
but obviously. So let me see. If I had to explain it, I'd say about a half a mile before I got down this street, I hit a left as soon as you enter the Brigadoon neighborhood, and it took me straight to this home. Obviously, there's a lot more. I wish I had like the storm tracker with me. Would have been a real good explanation as to what we're seeing here, because this what we're looking at is replicable through at least 2 different homes that I've seen, and it's just strictly off debris. It's going to be a lot of this tree that you see all through the neighborhood, but obviously too much and not enough light that I think I can show. This was the best example of damage that we can see in this neighborhood. There's a lot more where this came from. In fact, I'm going to send it back to you guys. I'm going to try to relocate and try to show another example of what has been going on out here, because there's a lot more to where this is.
Okay, stay safe. There are nails in the ground out there. There may be some power lines down, even though we see power at that home, which is wild because a chunk of the roof is gone. But we will continue to monitor. He's going to go to a different location, and we'll bring you some live pictures as soon as we get it.
Just hearing from my daughter, who is traveling home from work, she says power is out from around the Cove Mine area of Huntsville up and over Montesano along Governor's Drive. Pitch black. So
I can tell you right now what
now.
I'll tell you right now for Madison County, actively 10,000 outages as we speak.
And what about right along there, downtown through Governor's Drive?
That is sort of where it's focused.
Okay.
A cluster, a very large cluster. Downtown really got hit. We've seen the pictures come in with trees and power lines. A lot of the historic homes, I've seen one of the trees that fell right in front of the home, not on the home, but right in front of it.
Old Town, Twickenham,
Exactly,
the Blossomwood
Blossomwood
area.
Exactly. We have a lot of video to show you as well, and we, like this, for example, this was Old Town, where you can see the strength of the wind and that storm, and you see a massive tree come toppling down, and I believe it hit that car that you saw in the driveway as well. That's a massive tree in Old Town. This is a well-established neighborhood with very historic homes there, and you could see the strength of this storm as it came in. And this is the video that I was talking about, where this is also on Calhoun Street, I believe this was, where that tree, huge, massive tree, and when you see the light show it, you could see it right there, came down right in front of the home and not on the opposite side. So
and this is going on through 5 Points, through Blossomwood. Trees are down just about everywhere, according to the emails and the text messages we've received.
Exactly.
This is the scene.
Again, that was earlier with that previous storm. I think that's the same storm that actually ended up producing a terrible tornado in Henniger. And speaking of which, there's another storm moving into Henniger here shortly. The velocity has dropped off just a bit with this storm. Boy, notice the one over here. You get over here into Georgia, this is really ramped up here with that tornado. That's the same one that produced the significant tornado in Henniger. I'm going to get in here and track this one more time. I will let you know the battery in my IFB is dead, and I'm going to go in there and get a new battery here in just a second. But if you're in Henniger, this storm, again, a possible tornado just northeast of Dutton, tracking to the east towards Henniger. Once again, we get emergency crews probably out here in Henniger trying to cut through the debris to get to people who are injured. Again, people have been injured. There's structural damage here in Henniger, especially on the south side of Henniger. Take a look at the velocity here one more time here. That ought to do, well, no, we got that. There we go. So again, it's not as organized here. The rotation's not as tight. Definitely not as strong as what just went through. I'll tell you that right now. But it's still possible. We've got this mesocyclone that's on the ground doing damage. So that's why we're not going to take our eyes off of the tornado potential. And it could get some kind of reverse rotation here, counterclockwise circulation here on the northern side of it as well. So almost reverse of what you normally see. So 2 areas of concern from Eider through Henniger on the way to Sylvania and Dutton. And again, we've been emphasizing this all along. It doesn't look like your normal tornado signature, and that's because we think that the entire circulation of the storm may be on the ground. I'm going to go over to Chelsea here for another update.
Yeah, Brett, I actually just laid your IFB battery there right next to the camera that's pointing toward me. So I'm going to go and take you through what the rest of the night looks like. Yes, we have that ongoing tornado warning in portions of Jackson, also heading towards DeKalb County. But I want to show you what is to come because, like I mentioned, for some counties, that tornado watch has been extended through 3 o'clock this morning. Again, we're not done yet, but some counties we can go ahead and clear out. Does that mean you're not going to see severe weather through the rest of the night? No, but your conditions are less favorable to see possibly tornadic conditions. You see all that explosive development moving across portions of Arkansas all the way back into northeast Texas. Now, as this crosses the Mississippi River, again, we could track possibly more damaging winds, even large hail, and the possibility of a few embedded tornadoes. You notice that tornado watch is already in effect for places just to our north. We're butted up right against that tornado watch to our north. This would include portions of Memphis and also Nashville, but again, for the counties that the tornado watch has been extended, I'm going to go ahead and list them out because many of you are probably wondering, hey, can I go to bed yet? If you are going to be going to bed, if you're not included in this tornado watch, make sure you have something that will still alert you because again, this doesn't mean you're not going to see severe weather, but again, it does mean that conditions are less favorable to see possibly tornadoes. So the places where the tornado watch has been extended, this includes you in the red. If you're anywhere in the red, you need to stay weather alert at least through 3 o'clock in the morning. Once we head into the early morning hours on Thursday, this is after 3 o'clock in the morning, more than likely this is going to be ending up a huge flash flooding threat. Essentially, these storms that come in after the threat we're tracking right now, they're just going to rain each other out. But again, the red counties, this is the extended tornado watch. This would include Limestone County, Madison County, our southern middle Tennessee counties, Lincoln, Moore, Franklin County, Marshall County, Jackson County, and also DeKalb County. If you're not in the red, this would include Lauderdale, Colbert, Franklin, Lawrence, portions of Morgan, also Coleman County. No, this does not mean you won't see severe weather the rest of the night, but again, the conditions are less favorable. I'm going to go ahead and take you back to that tornado warned storm that we continue to track that is approaching the Henniger area right now. Rotation is not weak, I would say, but it is pretty broad. It's just really all over the place. If you are in this tornado warning, this would include the Henniger area, the Sylvania area. Make sure you take cover. However, some areas in this tornado warning, this would include the Hollywood area, you more than likely are going to be in the clear. Again, we will continue to track this downstream. If you live right along I-2059 past Valley Head, this would include Hammondsville as well. Make sure you are staying weather alert. Have several ways to receive weather alerts as we head throughout at least the next 30 minutes to an hour, because as we've been mentioning and watching these storms, when they go over an elevated area, essentially they come back bigger than ever. And to say that couldn't happen again, I mean, that's just completely inaccurate. So that's what we're going to be watching for. Brad?
Chelsea, actually, can I ask you a question?
Yes.
You backed out so we could see that other line that is behind it, and we're still under the warning for those counties that you highlighted?
Yes, so those are the counties
But
where...
what's the timing on that?
That's going to be until 3 o'clock in the morning. So areas in the red, that's where you will see the watch extended, the tornado watch. Areas not in the red, again, your watch ended at 11 o'clock this evening.
Do you know when it would enter the...
Yeah, I think we need the latest RPM, the graph model, and I'll have Chelsea work on that, and I'll get back to the radar here. Again, the storm continues with the tornado warning here in Jackson County, and it's, as we've been mentioning all along, we don't have that tight circulation you often reference, but it's still possible that we've got, again, I just want to speak in weather terms, a mesocyclone. That means the entire rotation is on the ground. So while this doesn't paint the bright colors that we've been seeing, occasionally we're going to get damage here. Trees down, and this is moving through an area that already has structural damage. So if we get a wind of 50 miles an hour, it's going to blow all that debris that's already out there and makes that even more dangerous. Especially think about if someone is trapped and this wind gust picks up 50 to 60 miles per hour and moves some of this sheet metal around, it creates a real hazard here, and it creates a hazard for emergency crews out here trying to get these people out that are trapped. And again, we are seeing some of this strong wind here. This is going to be Elliott Road, County Road 91, and there's trees, there's communities here. There's a chicken house right there, you see. Again, a lot of these chicken houses probably destroyed earlier from these storms as they move through. This is approaching Alabama Highway 75. The worst of this is south of Henniger. Let's check the radar here. And we continue to see this appendage here, which is a rotating area of the thunderstorm that just continues to create problems and likely produce damage here. That tornado warning continues here until 12:15. So that's about 11 minutes from now. It may get extended. So again, this storm is going to survive all the way to the state line here with Georgia. And if you are in Georgia, the thing we've been seeing here, this is going to move into Valley Head, so we'll continue to see. The Weather Service is not going to let this tornado warning go. I'm fairly confident of that, just because the structure, the history that we've had with this path along this boundary. The previous storm just continues to rotate over here and is likely producing a tornado in Georgia. So again, some of you may be joining us in Georgia. You may be out of power. You may not be able to get your Atlanta stations. So let's take a look at the debris signature here. And then I also want to show the shear rate as well with that. I'll take some of the lightning off here so you can get a better view. We've been having to do that a lot. Boy, this has just been a strobe light effect. And that's what's most memorable with night tornadoes, what you remember most, and very early in the morning tornadoes, is the amount of lightning that you see. I will say both of these areas, the rotation, at least the shear rate, is down considerably. So there is some good news there. However, there's still likely damage going on in both of these storms. The one here north of Tryon, the tornado warning is probably going to be let go here, and they've got a severe thunderstorm warning to the east, but it's probably got the tornado possible tag, we call it, attached to that. So let's see what's going on here with this Henniger storm.
I was about to say, Brad, you were just talking about that appendage, and I was looking, and it looks like where there is a good bit of velocity, a couplet ramping back up, there is a small correlation coefficient, or a CC drop as we call it. This is where we look for those tornado debris signatures, and I think it was just west of Highway 75. It's hard to tell because Brad has been mentioning a lot of the data has been cluttered, but Brad, if you want to pull that up, and then after that I can show you a future model run of that next final line coming through overnight.
Oh yeah. So Chelsea's going to work on that. But again, we've got this winds gusting here. Rainsville to the north, Langston. This is the outflow boundary coming in from this thunderstorm. It's doubtful that we may still be capped. We've got a lid on the atmosphere, and that's one of the reasons this hasn't really fired up to the south. You get on the leading edge of this cap, and all these storms are firing along it, and they're following the boundary. As I mentioned earlier today, they're going to follow the path of least resistance. So they're, again, as they do that, they rotate along that boundary. And out to the west right now, we're getting a line of storms on I-40, and that continues to slowly advance to the east-southeast. There are several severe thunderstorm warnings, but we don't see the tornado warnings, and there's quite a bit of space here. So overall, the trend, these are kind of moving to the northeast, so that's good. We don't have a squall line that's racing to the southeast. That would increase our wind potential, but there's still going to be an embedded tornado risk with whatever moves in overnight tonight. Let's get back down here, and then we'll have Chelsea kind of go hour by hour through the rest of the night. New tornado warning just issued here here. As I mentioned, they will likely extend it, and they sure did, all the way to the Georgia state line. So Valley Head, Hammondville, you're in the path again, another possible tornado. And if it's not a tornado, it's that mesocyclone, that circulation all the way down to the ground that we deal with oftentimes here, and we have been dealing with it tonight. So one of the other things is this outflow boundary, the rear flank downdraft is racing out ahead of this circulation. So unless the storm could speed up a little bit, or you kind of meet that median, it may just continue to be on the cusp of producing a possible tornado. If you're in Hammondville and Valley Head, I will tell you this doesn't look, it's nothing like the previous storm that you had, but it's not to say that it won't speed up and get more intense. The hail threats kind of come down on some of these storms as well. Let's take a look just at the radar here. Again, that storm's still ominous, still producing quite a bit of lightning too, as it continues to move east-southeast, but the lightning's not as concentrated in one area, but there is more lightning coming from that appendage we've been calling it. Now let's let Chelsea talk about what's going to happen for the rest of the night. It looks like about 1:30 things may pick up in the shoals.
Yeah, Brad, we are going to be tracking that next line coming through. This is going to be the last and final line, possibly arriving in northwest Alabama as early as 1:30. Let's go ahead and take Max 2, and I'm going to walk you out hour by hour what we can expect as we head throughout the rest of the overnight hours and into your early morning hours on Thursday. Remember, I showed you counties mainly along and east of I-65. You've seen that tornado watch extended. If you're west of 65, don't think your severe threat is completely over. You still could be dealing with damaging wind gusts and potentially large hail, but that better tornadic environment, that's going to be for areas mainly to the east. So again, we could see and move in. We're already starting to see that additional development just to our west just to our east and portions west. Sorry, it's been a long night just in portions along the Mississippi River, but I'm thinking just where it's co-located now, we're likely going to see this push into the shoals by 2 o'clock in the morning. This will race very quickly to the southeast, crossing portions along I-65, possibly 3, anywhere to 4 o'clock in the morning. And you see all those purple colors along the leading edge of this line. That's what we're going to watch very closely. And I think this is going to be more of a brief spin up if we do see any more tornadic activity. We're going to be looking very closely. Morning meteorologist Eric Burke, also meteorologist Jeff DeNoyer. They're going to be looking very closely for any kinks in line. Of course, we're going to keep you updated until this event is entirely over. But we're going to toss over to Liz and Margot right now. Do you have any further information for us?
Yes, we'd like to actually take you back out live in Athens. Let's check back in with our reporter, Daquan Lee, who's been monitoring the situation in the Brigadoon neighborhood. Daquan, you moved locations. What are you seeing there?
I did move locations, Margot. I came out down that street that I told you came a little bit further down. This is, again, still in the Brigadoon area. In fact, this is off of Inverness Place. And I don't have to say too much. You can see this big, giant tree right behind me where I'm standing. The wind speed's obviously tremendous. You can see where it lifted that tree up, created this big old crater. You can't see it behind me in the darkness, but behind it, this is somebody's home. I believe they were either building a home here or there is some tremendous damage going on behind me, because right now, even on this entire road, it seems like this is where the bulk of the damage has been. That place where I showed you earlier, yeah, it's sustained some crazy damage to that roof and other areas around it. But I wish we had some way to indicate just how many trees are down here. Obviously, we have this big down tree right behind me, but to my left, to my immediate left, I can even show you for half a second, there is more to that tree, but even further down. You see that home? There are at least 2 other down trees off in the distance. I'm going to kind of zoom in, show you what we're looking at here. You can kind of see the damage to the wind on that route to that garage right there, pushing it in a little bit. But even further into the darkness here, you can't see it, but my goodness, there is so much to behold of nature. Because I'm gonna see if I can't try to direct this a little bit.
That little bulldozer
There's
there,
another
was it
down
there?
tree right here. Maybe you can see the root of it, but there's more to this storm than what I showed you earlier, and this is just another example of what's been going on here in the Brigadoon community. Now, again, this is right off of Inverness Drive. A lot of this going on, but this is just, again, the latest example of just how dangerous these storms can be. And I'm gonna try to see if I can find other areas, but this seems like this might be the hardest hit area to this point. Now, I'm gonna toss it back to you guys and try to see if I can pinpoint another area just to illustrate just how much damage this neighborhood has been through.
Before you go, there was a bulldozer that seemed to be in the area that
little
moved in.
bobcat.
When he was in the other location, he was saying that he didn't really see but 2 people milling around, but it looks like folks are coming in to try to help get trees at least out of the road.
Well,
so
I didn't know if it was there when
It looked
he
like it
arrived,
just moved
or if
in,
it just
yeah.
moved in to try to assist.
Go ahead,
Yeah,
Daquan.
no. I know what you're talking about, because as a matter of fact, there has definitely been some good Samaritans working throughout this neighborhood. As I was driving through the area, as you can see, my light kit just died out on me, but you can see the bulldozer here working to kind of, I'm assuming they got some of the trees that were out in the road off the road so that people can come in and try to assist where they could. Further down where I originally was, there was an obviously huge tree sitting in the middle of the road, but it was clear evidence of a chainsaw at least trying to do what they could to clear out and give people a chance to survey the damage. And again, Good Samaritans like this have and obviously tried to help where they could, but there's a lot to survey here and a lot to take in. And it honestly leaves me at a loss for words how much damage I've seen, even in the dark. So hopefully when things clear up and we get more reports from people here in the area and from EMA officials, we'll know the full count of and the full extent of the damage that we've seen here tonight.
And you said it yourself, in the dark. I see power lines down in back of you. You have got to be careful out there because you just don't know what you're going to step on and what you're going to
Absolutely.
encounter out there.
I have a question before you go. Have you heard from
Now,
any homeowners milling around as well, trying to assess the damage in that area?
No, outside from the first 2 people that I saw when I entered this subdivision in this neighborhood, I haven't seen anybody else. I think the worst is behind them, so where they can, I think they just call it a night. And as long as they are safe and the people around them are safe and in a comfortable area, I think they can cut their losses and really take things in and get things done in the morning when there's clear daylight and you can get a clear observation as to how much damage this storm has delivered to this area.
They maybe have gone to a shelter or with family at this point.
Some of those might be vacation homes as well.
Yeah,
really?
it's right on the
lake.
river there.
Okay, well,
Weekend
there you
homes.
have it.
Yeah,
There you
could
have
be.
it. Thank you, Daquan, for your work.
Daquan Lee from Brigadoon in West Limestone County.
Okay, so we have seen that damage, and we need to cover some other areas of damage
You wanna
before
head
we go.
east?
Unless there's anything else from
Let's
you
do
guys.
let's do a quick update here on Henniger,
sure.
about
Good.
2 or 3 minutes, because I know they need an update. We still have that circulation over here, even though it's not as tight as it was earlier. The lightning's picking back up here. If you're in Eider, your main threat's hail and maybe some damaging winds. Watching the back edge here, just northwest of Henniger, may see a secondary area, but it's not wrapping around. And from what I can see here, the outflow boundary is still it's out ahead almost a mile now from this, so it's going to make it harder for this to spin up a tornado, but there's still a possibility we have the damaging winds here. It's just to the west of the interstate near Hammondville, same track here, Valley Head, Hammondville, frequent lightning here. Henniger, it's now passed to the east of you, and again, you're going to have a significant break. This green here, this is just this is a false return here on the radar. So you're going to see several hours of dry weather until the next round of storms starts to come in. And that will focus out here across northwest Alabama, as Chelsea was mentioning, probably around 1:30 or so this morning. Now let's get back to that other damage that you guys were referring to.
Well, we travel east from Limestone County. Let's talk about Madison, north area of Madison, the city of Madison. We know trees are down off Highway 72. A lot of trees there, according to state troopers. They've been out removing those trees and blocking roads. Roads are closed there. We still do not, am I right, Margot, have a list of roads that are closed in the northern area of the city of Madison, but we have been told that is the case. Then you were tracking storms all the way to the east in the city of Huntsville. We have damage in the Old Town, the Twickenham area of Huntsville, the 5 Points, Blossomwood area, downtown
It's almost like we
California.
need to call out locations because there's trees and trees on cars, trees on homes. Okay, so this is video from Madison that we're showing you here. Again, large trees, everything just toppled. The wind was so strong, everything just toppled. This is Oakland Trace in Madison, and I believe that was where the location of the tree hitting the house,
right.
where they had to pull 2 people out, but they're okay. So no injuries. That's the good thing here. We haven't heard any injuries yet.
Except for Henniger. And that trailer
Right, that's
park.
right, that's right.
Henniger is where we're waiting to hear back from Sheriff Rocky Harnan on the damage and the injuries there.
Have they even been able to get to them
No.
yet? That's the question.
Not yet.
So there's
not
that.
yet. So we have Huntsville, we have the damage and being assessed right now, trees in that area, and we're looking right now at a tornado. Again, Julie, where is this?
That's going to be an
Oh, from Lucy's Branch. So we're going back to Limestone County. We're talking Lucy's Branch again. A weekend, people have a lot of, townhomes there or apartments, weekend places there. So that's what we saw there. So in Huntsville, then we saw it going over Montesano to the Doug Hill, Gurley area. Last you said, Brad, there was a tornado on the ground. We heard that from Gurley Fire and from the Madison County Fire Loop from Heath Jones, who said there was damage out there. We know McMullen Cove, roofs are off homes there in the Gurley, Hampton Cove area, and we know that is going on. Then traveling farther east, we know Scottsboro.
Yes, a number of issues in Scottsboro.
Willow Street.
We have a crew on the way to Scottsboro, but we know that the unclaimed baggage building, the old building along Willow Street, has roof damage. We heard several trees and power lines down on that road as well, and damage to homes.
That's right.
Significant damage to homes.
And the mayor did confirm that there was a gas leak there in the city of Scottsboro, but it has been repaired, which is good. He said metal is wrapped around different buildings around Willow Street as well.
We're hoping to get some live pictures from that area momentarily.
And we also then travel to the county line right there on the Jackson-DeKalb County line. Henniger hit very hard. That trailer park that we've all been talking about tonight that's been next to impossible to reach. I'm waiting to hear back from the sheriff on whether any deputies have been able to get there, but he did confirm that there are injuries in that trailer park.
What just continued to come up is County Road 422 in Pisgah, where you were talking about the injuries, and that's where we've heard of the injuries, and emergency crews trying to get to that area because it's almost like the storm cut them off.
Physically impossible.
Yeah.
Trees are down. You can't reach the very people you need to reach to assess the damage and render help, render
Brad,
aid.
could you talk about the fact that they just kept refiring these storms?
Yeah, they follow boundaries, and this boundary, you can clearly see it still off here in North Georgia. And there's a lid on the atmosphere. Basically, as you went up today, it was really warm, and that's why this whole situation was so questionable. There's been days in the past, we'll put out that first alert weather day, and the day goes on, then there's nothing, and everybody's like, well, what happened? Why didn't it? Well, the cap didn't break. The cap broke here, and it broke right across North Alabama, and there was just enough wind shear out there that it just kept going, and and it followed the same boundary. Because the upper level winds basically were coming from the west, northwest, and that's what pushes these storms, because they get up to about 45, 50,000 feet. Wasn't able to see how high these storms were, because we were pretty much focused in on just the velocity, the rain, the lightning, and the hail, but they followed the same boundary, and that's why you get training here, and that's why you get flooding. So they're probably dealing with that in North Georgia as well. Flash flood warnings out here across parts of North Alabama. This is a perfect example of why you need a NOAA weather radio, because the watch is being let go in some areas. There could be another watch overnight tonight around 3 or 4 in the morning. It could be a new watch for the new storms that are coming out into the west. Let me tell you who's been dropped. The 3 counties have been dropped from the tornado watch. That includes Limestone, Madison, and Marshall County, and it's southern Middle Tennessee, Franklin, Tennessee, Lincoln, and more. The tornado watch no longer in effect. Flash flood warning now for DeKalb County. So in addition, insult to injury here, we've got at 12:20 a.m. Doppler radar indicated thunderstorms producing heavy rain. Between 1 and 3 inches of rain has fallen. Flash flooding is ongoing or expected to begin. So flash flooding becoming a big issue here as we go through the rest of the evening. But the good news is this is going to move out. We could still see a little development behind it, but I think our tornado threat is gone once this storm crosses into Georgia. And it's still having trouble here firing back up. So let me kind of get back in here, and then we'll get out west. We'll kind of switch radar vantage points because we're seeing more storms firing up out west. I don't think we're going to see this area here. Sometimes in the summer we get these outflow boundaries, they move out and then they trigger new storms. I don't see that happening right now. And just to the northwest here, southeast of Stevenson, we still have some heavy rain there. But as we kind of zoom in here and take a look at what we have left for the velocity, it's still possibly producing damaging winds here as a mesocyclone in Hammondville and on the north side of Mentone. So again, while we haven't been talking a lot about this, we know you're aware the storm's there and just continues to be a dangerous threat here. Hammondville north, it's now crossing I say it's crossing, it's that circulation that's crossing. Not sure if there's a tornado on the ground with it, but regardless, there's a possibility of damage, especially here on the north side of Hammondville. We kind of take a look at the radar perspective here, and it's just area that just sticks out, and it kind of, this is the area that's the most vulnerable. The winds are strong out of the south into the backside of the storm, and that's why we're worried about it and continue to track that. Take a look at the debris signature. Probably nothing showing up now. There's nothing showing up with that. The shear rate, not nearly as violent as it was earlier, although it did kind of increase here just in the last few minutes. So it's possible we may have had, again, a tornado touching down. What we've learned today, that we've had supercell storms, and we haven't had long track tornadoes. I don't think we've had any tracks over 20 miles, but it's possible we've had 5 or 6 tornadoes that have come from one storm that we're going to get when they do surveys out there. So again, that's the thing about some of these tornadoes, is they may not be on the ground as long, but they were on the ground long enough, that's for sure. So let's take a look at another radar vantage point out here as we get just to the west here of Russellville and Florence. These storms are getting stronger. And have you looked at the Cape values at all on the SPC website? Let's just see how much energy we've got to work with for the rest of the night. So I think we're going to see a line of strong and potentially severe storms move in. I would say the model guidance is around 1:30. That'd be an hour from now. I don't see that happening, because this is going to continue to move to the east, probably around 30 miles per hour. So this is likely going to move in probably around 3 o'clock in Florence, unless there's new development here along the way. And if there is new development here, it's possible that may limit the strength of these incoming storms as they get in later this evening. But we are going to see a large break in this threat for these tornadoes and these dangerous storms that have been moving through late afternoon, early evening hours. And again, it just blew up. You reach a certain point and you've got all that fuel out there, you add that instability, and then you add the disturbance moving in, and it just fires up. And unfortunately, that's exactly what happened today. It wasn't a classic setup either. That was the other struggle here. The model guidance was pretty much all over the place. So update here, Hammondville. Again, the winds are picking back up. Damage possible here in Hammondville and Mentone. This continues to be kind of the cry here we've been telling you. Stay in your shelter, Hammondville. Stay in your shelter, Valley Head, Mentone. Riverdale and Bankhead, it's probably going to stay just north of you. And just south of Battelle, they've issued a severe thunderstorm warning here in North Georgia for this storm, but it's probably got a tornado possible tag, we call it, with this. This is going to be out of the state here in about 10 minutes, and we'll continue to monitor that. So again, this is all east of I-59. There's nothing else behind this except some heavy rain up here in Stevenson, and we go up here towards Winchester, Tullahoma, very heavy rain. And it all started kind of going downhill this afternoon during, I believe it was our 4:30 part of our broadcast with the tornado touching down east of Columbia. Still haven't heard any additional information. In fact, I haven't been able to get to any of my email, any of my messages. I've just looked at Facebook briefly, and there's just videos pouring into my inbox that I won't be able to get to until tomorrow. But again, I really appreciate you sharing those with us. Some of the best way is just to contact the newsroom with an email. You guys got anything else coming in as we speak? I'm going to take a quick sip of water.
Yeah, actually, a message that just came through, and they made sure to tell me, tell Brad this is happening on Highway 40 in Henniger. Their uncle and aunt's home has been hit by a tornado very close to the church, Happy Home Baptist Church. So that is a situation that's playing out in Henniger as well. Henniger definitely getting the lion's
Hammered.
share, tonight.
It certainly is, and still waiting to hear more from deputies there who are trying to get on the scene of that mobile home park that has been hit so hard. City of Huntsville has sent out and issued a kind of an update on the status of things. Public Works is out and about. They will be out overnight trying to remove all the debris scattered throughout the city of Huntsville. Also telling you if you see trees down, obviously try to find a new route. Power is out at some intersections, so of course always consider those four-way stops. Very important to note there. That may go into the morning traffic.
Stop signs that have been blown
Yeah.
out, so there's that too. Keep in mind, we've been updating any school closures or delays, I should say. Schools that are going to be operating on a 2-hour delay today, now that we are in Thursday, just to make sure that they can assess any damage, and just so folks don't have to drive through anything until emergency crews can get to it.
And that was a preemptive strike. That was before the storms hit.
I think everybody felt it. I mean, you could feel it in the air that this was going to be, or could possibly be, a dangerous situation, and we are seeing that play out.
So again, that was before the storms. We had the 2-hour delay, but we don't know in some of these areas that were hard hit if that's going to be extended to 3 hours, 4 hours,
or
who
even a
knows?
closure.
We're still waiting right now to hear
Because if they
from
can't
school
get power to the
superintendents.
schools,
Right.
there's no school. So
Correct.
there's
If
that.
they can't get to the school because trees are down on the road.
And then, didn't you hear, Chelsea, at one point in Henniger that it was very close to a school?
Yes, actually, our reporter Savannah Sapp, I believe she sent in an email, and this was confirmed from one of the DeKalb County emergency managers there, that tornado, the very, very violent, large tornado we were tracking that went through portions of Henniger, also headed towards Mentone and also the Hammondville area, that actually tracked right near that Henniger school. And Brad just asked, what is our CAPE, or what are our CAPE values right now? When we talk about CAPE, that's what we use to measure the instability values. Yes, we are tracking another line of storms moving through the area, likely within the next possibly hour and a half, maybe even 2 hours. Right now it's right at 12:30, so 30 minutes after midnight. More than likely that next line will be moving in anywhere from possibly as early as 2:30 to 3 o'clock in the morning. Brad, I just looked up some of those values, and they're still pretty high. Now, they're definitely higher out to our west, where their storms are already firing and strengthening across the Mississippi River. If we can go ahead and take max 2, I'll pull that up for y'all real quick so y'all can see what's to come throughout the rest of the night. Again, just taking you back here, all of those storms that are forming mainly from areas like Kentucky back down into western Tennessee, Arkansas area. A lot of CAPE there. We're talking 4,000 joules. And when we talk about CAPE, we really look at surface-based CAPE, because that is what's going to help strengthen these storms, essentially. The damaging wind gust threat, even the possibility of larger hail. Now, our CAPE values, they're more in the 2,500, 3,000 range, definitely higher towards northwest Alabama. But again, we have seen that the National Weather Service, also SPC, has taken a lot of counties out of the tornado watch. In fact, I believe the only county still in the tornado watch, that's going to be DeKalb County and also Jackson County till 3 o'clock in the morning, Brad.
Okay, yeah, and that low-level jet's probably going to kick in as well, and that's going to intensify some of these storms out to the west. So the boundary's probably kind of established. I think what's probably going to happen here is we're going to see that line of storms come in, maybe severe, may see damaging wind gusts across the northwest corner of the state, and then as it runs into this rain-cooled boundary from all this rain, it's going to start to collapse a bit. Could see like a wake low situation with that as that wind oscillates back and forth, and then it just stalls out, and we have flash flooding in the morning. And that's the other concern for schools, is we don't know what the environment's going to be like tomorrow morning on the way into school. And again, today, Thursday, we'll continue to monitor that. This tornado warning continues until 1 a.m., but I've got a feeling the storm's going to be out of the state by 1 a.m. So over here in Valley Head, we continue to watch just a little bit more development on the backside of this storm, but the circulation is now east of Valley Head. So again, circulation east of Valley Head, and the lightning starting to go down as well. So we're going to continue with this coverage for probably 5 to 10 more minutes. Again, we're going to summarize our coverage here in a little bit. We're going to be taking a break and then kind of do shift change here. Eric Burke's here. He'll be covering the rest of the night with that next line of storms that is moving in. So again, nothing imminent is likely here in northeast Alabama over the next 2 hours or so. I think we're pretty soaked here, waterlogged. We've had about 3 inches of rain in some of these areas, but again, we'll be staffed throughout the night to continue to keep you up to date. But overall, the threat of severe weather really starting to wind down. Even though they continue that tornado warning until 1 o'clock, it's pretty much on the state line right now as we speak, and the rotation's still down quite a bit. But a lot of lightning continues with this, and it's a possibility we still have some damaging winds going on within this storm as well, but nowhere near as bad as it was. I think they're probably going to cancel this warning in the next 5 minutes as well. So there we have it. That storm is now pretty much out of the state. Shear rate is dropping with it, but it's actually increasing on the other side of the state line. We've seen this happen with every storm that's moved through, and I think again, you can see the terrain here as you go up Lookout Mountain. So this goes up another 500 feet or so as we continue on. So that's it's been really impressive to see the geography have a huge. It's been huge today on the structure and the environment of these thunderstorms. So again, Chelsea, you got anything else?
Well, we've been watching, like you mentioned, the same storm or the storms go over the same areas. And just to put it in perspective, yes, we still have that ongoing tornado warning in portions of DeKalb County. Worst of the storm, Brad just mentioned, now moving across the Alabama-Georgia state line. But again, put in perspective, how many warnings has DeKalb County had alone since about 6 o'clock this evening? They've had 14. Again, a mixture of severe thunderstorm warnings and also tornado warnings. You do the math, that's about 2 warnings every single hour. So again, this has not been a fun night for any of us, but of course we're going to continue to keep you safe as we head throughout the rest of the night. Brad and me, Liz, Margot, we will be right here, and then of course Eric Burke, meteorologist, morning meteorologist Eric Burke, will be taking over once that final push of those line of storms move in through the early morning hours on Thursday. Brad.
All right, one last look at the radar here, then I'm going to toss it over to Margot and Liz to kind of summarize. We're going to continue to get information throughout the overnight hours on the rescue and the damage that's happened. Again, some of you won't know the full extent of the damage until we get to the light of day here. And again, we still have more storms coming in later tonight. Those are out here to the west. I'll switch over to the Columbus Air Force Base next, Rad, and we'll take a look at the radar here. Still more lightning coming tonight, but nothing imminent here, at least in the next hour, the way we see it now. But these storms here in Memphis are getting stronger. Liz, Margot?
Well, thank you for joining us for this extended coverage. Are we clear, you all? You're going to wrap up?
Yeah, we are clear to leave the air.
Okay. Well,
we talked about schools. Let me just
Sure,
mention
yeah,
this one
go
thing.
ahead.
I've been trying to talk to Jackson County Schools as well as Scottsboro City. Jackson County School Superintendent Jason Davidson just told me they will be delayed 2 hours tomorrow. We talked about Scottsboro earlier, but Jackson County has delayed 2 hours. School leadership will be assessing and working with the EMA and with Sheriff Harnan to ensure safety for students as well as faculty and trying to get them into school. So if that changes, of course, we will bring you the very latest on that.
some inside baseball, what we will be doing as the hours tick by, as we get into daylight. We all will be monitoring what our EMAs are going to tell us. So we will be working the phones to get accurate damage reports, what streets might be impacted, and we'll have that county by county for you first thing in the morning. And you can monitor our website as well.
Absolutely. So for Margot, our entire team, we want to check back in apparently with our Daquan Lee, who is back in the Brigadoon community there in Limestone County along the Tennessee River near Browns Ferry Nuclear Power Plant. Okay, we've seen, you're about 6'3". We've seen this big root ball of a tree behind you. Where are you now?
So still in the same area. I know you guys are ready to get off the air, but I do want to highlight just how strong these winds were. This is, I actually got a chance to talk to somebody who was checking out the home of somebody that he knew just to give him an update. They were away at the time of the storm, but this is what I can see right now. And I actually got a walkthrough from the same gentleman earlier. the strong winds pushing all of these vehicles against this wall, so much so that you may not be able to see it from where I'm pointing. There's a few windows that have been shattered, and you can see the lining of the roof. I'm going to see if I can point it up there because it's pretty bad. Let me see if I can get this here. Give me 2 seconds. So if you see in this home, you can see damage to the roof, damage to the windows. You can see a few broken windows and even a little bit of damage to the roof. But the majority of the damage where I got a chance to look with this gentleman is not this. But you can see the ski boat, the Jeep, the truck all taking some good hits from this storm. But back here, there is a line of trees, just oakwood trees after oakwood trees. And these are trees that have been here maybe about 50, 60 years that have come down. And even, again, I made this point in my last hit that you could see these large uprooted trees, the damage coming from them, even in the dark. And the outline will still be apparent, even though you can't see too much right now. Even the trees behind me, those are snapped off. And these are big trees out here, folks. I can't emphasize how much damage I've seen in just the past hour that I've been in this neighborhood. And a lot of this is going to come to light as the sun comes out. Of course, we'll be following this throughout the rest of the week, just making sure we get updates on the recovery process, because there's a lot to cover here, folks. Like I said, there is even more back here that I can't really show you right now, but trust me, folks, we're going to hear a lot of damage reports coming from this. But thankfully, from the gentleman I spoke to, there's nobody around here that's been hurt to this point. Let's hope it stays that way. But I know we're ready to go off air, but again, wanted to highlight a lot of the damage that we've seen. And what's the most shocking thing, ladies, that I've seen, power is still on. And you highlighted this earlier when I talked to you. Homes that I passed still have their lights on as if there was no storm that passed by here. It's pretty miraculous to see, but this is just a tip of the iceberg here, folks. Again, this is in the same area that I've been here all afternoon. You'll have to forgive me. I forget the street name, but this is
it was either St. Andrews or Inverness. Inverness, St. Andrews?
No, this is actually on Brigadoon Drive. This is still Brigadoon Drive. This is still in the same neighborhood. So I've kind of been following the path that I'm assuming this storm has taken, and it's pretty evident. It's like, it seems like it took that same, I can't explain it right now, but otherwise the damage is pretty ridiculous, and we'll see more of it as, again, the sun comes up. I'll send it back to you guys so we can let this end.
But it's still standing. The homes are still standing. We have covered tornadoes where they're sheared down to the foundation.
For sure.
Yeah. So it's something that can be rebuilt, which is good. We, as I've said, we've been to many that have had nothing left. So there are structures left. And again, thank goodness, we have not heard reported on a lot of injuries throughout North Alabama. The only injuries that have been confirmed, again, are in the Henniger area at that trailer park that deputies still have not been able to get to.
So our assignment manager did reach out to the EMA director in DeKalb County. He says, thankfully, no injuries, no reports of significant injuries. So we'll see if there's, you know, leg injuries or arm injuries or whatever, what have you. But there were reports of some people trapped in their homes, but they were successfully extricated. And he said that most of the significant damage in Henniger is south of Henniger on Highway 75, and he didn't have any specifics after that. But we'll definitely focus on DeKalb County, Jackson County, and get you the latest reports. We'll update you on air and online as soon as we get that information. Thanks for sticking with us. If you're still up, we appreciate it.
Update right now. Scottsboro City Schools will be closed today. Scottsboro City fully closed.
Okay.
And now the school superintendent, Amy Childress, tells me that she is now in the process of getting that information out to all the necessary parties. But again, Scottsboro City Schools will be closed Thursday.
Not surprised by this at all.
No.
So. Okay.
Okay, we are wrapping it up right this minute at 12:43. You all, Chelsea, Brad, the entire 48 weather team now looking at a 3 a.m. possible firing of some of this stuff coming in from our west.
Yes, and we will be staffed throughout the night. That tornado warning has been canceled in DeKalb County.
Good.
We'll keep an eye on that. If we need to break back into programming, we certainly will. Again, but we'll be staffed through the overnight hours.
Excellent.
And the tornado watch for DeKalb and Jackson counties, they have been canceled as well. However, it's important, do not let your guard down. Like Brad and I have mentioned several times, we could see another issuance through the early morning hours.
For all of us here, from all of us here at WAFF 48, we appreciate you watching. Have a safe night.
That's right, and stay tuned, of course, on WAFF.com and the 48 News app for the latest in our weather situation. Good night.
This has been a 48 First Alert Weather Day update, sponsored by Mr. Electric, your area expert for home Generac generators.